So, all right, without further ado, let's get another case with new tools. Begin the case. Yes. All right, what are we working with? Two screens, secret camera 1, 2, 3, 4. Great.
All right, we
Hello.
are live and the video is recording.
Hello, Maurice.
Now, we have got ourselves a pretty wild case on our hands. But first things first, let's do a quick refresher before we dive in. As always, the interviews will be streamed live via the monitor that you're looking at right now. Once the interviews end, you'll be able to access all of the previous recordings on the playback monitor that's to your left. Now, keep in mind that you will be getting two different camera angles in your feed. Camera A and camera B. Feel free to switch between the two as you see fit. And last but not least, don't overlook the evidence available to you in the case files. I'm sure that you'll need to reference those at some point. Okay, so the case. We've got Daniel Murphy, age 49, works as a financial planner. He was shot and killed in his home with a .38 caliber handgun that's registered to him. Now, according to the medical examiner, he died on September 12th. The exact time of death is not able to be determined because the body wasn't found until a few days after. Now, there are a few people of interest in this case. First up is Emma Richardson. She's Daniel's girlfriend who had also been living with him. Prior to Daniel's death, she had reported an incident of physical abuse that resulted in her right elbow being dislocated. The injury is verified. However, Daniel did deny all allegations regarding the abuse. Now, at first I was ready to remove her as a potential suspect due to the elbow injury, which would obviously make it pretty damn hard for her to fire a weapon. But as it turns out, she is actually left-handed, which means that she absolutely could have pulled that trigger. Now, next up is her ex-husband, Charles Humphreys. There's nothing really notable regarding Charles's past, but he was seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So, needless to say, he is definitely a person of interest. Now, I was also able to bring Charles and Emma's daughter, Rebecca, down to the station today. Now, there's nothing that really points to her being a suspect at this point in time, but she did live with her mom and Daniel, and she was aware of the abuse that her mom had reported. Now, last on our list is Daniel and Emma's neighbor, Janice Burks. Janice served 9 years in prison for killing her husband, who had a very long history of domestic violence.
Oh.
Now, the main reason that I brought her down here today is that she was also seen entering Daniel's house the day of the murder. So yeah, that's two people that were seen entering Daniel's house the day that he was killed. All right, now that is the basic overview. Okay, you can dive in deeper with the case files or some of the security cam footage that we also subpoenaed. That footage is already loaded up for you on the playback monitor. All right, now let's figure out what the hell happened here. All right, I'm going to bring Emma in here first. Let's see what she has to say. All right, we'll see you in a few.
Detective Ruiz is ready to start with the interview. Press X when you're ready. Thank you, game! That means I can look at the evidence without being bothered. Great. So here's the photo of the body. There's clearly a stomach wound. So he's been shot on his left side. And the blood seems to be leaking from the left. So it feels like he's been sitting down and the gun wound was not sitting down. It feels like it was already on the bed when he was shot because there's no blood splattered anywhere in the room. So he's got blood on his hand and the gun has been put into his hand. So that's clearly made it look like he shot himself. But no, that's clearly murder. So here we have the room. There's a couple of bottles of alcohol on the coffee door. There's one beer bottle on the ground. So there's 1, 2, 3, 6 bottles, like 4 bottles of beer and 1 bottle of wine and 1 bottle of heavy liquor. And there's scattered playing cards on the side. So this is the dining room, the kitchen and the dining room. And there's a backyard door. I don't know if it's open or closed. Looks like it's open. Left open. Fishcam County Domestic Incident Report. Person making the report, complaint may be filed anonymously. Name Emma Richardson, age 47, female, white. Address 2920 Apple Street. Incident nature of incident, domestic dispute, violence. Date of incident September 9th, 2023. Time of accident approximately 9:20 p.m. Per location of incident, personal residence located at, okay. So it was against Danielle Murphy, age 49. Description of incident. On the evening of Saturday, September 9th at approximately 9:20 p.m., Emma Richardson claims that Danielle Murphy physically assaulted her after the two engaged in a verbal argument. The claim is that Danielle Murphy physically cornered Emma Richardson in her kitchen and refused to let her leave. In an attempt to escape the situation, Emma Richardson claims that she pushed Danielle Murphy away from her. In return, Danielle Murphy grabbed Emma Richardson, forcefully threw her to the ground. This ended the domestic incident. Emma Richardson was then promptly escorted to Fishcam County Medical Center. There were no eyewitnesses. However, Emma Richardson's daughter, Rebecca Humphreys, claims that she heard the argument from her upstairs bedroom. Descriptions of any injuries. Emma Richardson suffered a dislocated right elbow, while she claims is a direct result of the domestic incident. She was treated at the Fishcam County Medical Center. Signature of complainant, optional, Emma Richardson, date September 10th, 2023. Okay, so that's the domestic incident report. Now we have the police report. This is for Martin Ruiz. Okay, so that's the guy, 7621, same thing. That's 3 days later, September 12th. Gunshot wound to the abdomen, potential homicide. Suspects, yeah, we have Emma, Charles, Janice, and Rebecca Humphreys. So we have the living girlfriend. It's the wire. It's getting loose. I don't think I should buy a new one, but it would suck if I have to. So, junior account executive. Charles Humphreys is a realtor. That's the girlfriend's ex-husband. Next door neighbor, debt collector, Janice Burks, that she killed. She went to jail for killing her husband. And Rebecca, the daughter. Sorry, Rebecca, girlfriend's daughter, college student, and barista. All of them white. On the afternoon of Friday, September 15th, at approximately 3:17 p.m., officers entered the victim's home at a corner co-worker try and failed to reach the victim via phone and text message for several days. The front door to the home was found unlocked. The rear patio door was found partially open. The victim was found deceased in the master bedroom with a single shotgun wound to the lower left abdomen. There were signs of a possible struggle. The victim toxicology report revealed extremely high level of alcohol consumption, which is consistent with the large quantities of alcohol found in the living room. The victim was shot with a .38 caliber handgun, which was found in the victim's right hand. No fingerprints usable were found on the handgun, so the gun was wiped. Based on the autopsy report and crime scene investigation, the cause of death was shooting by a third party. Yeah, that tracks. So The time of death is unknown because the body was discovered on the September 12th. But that doesn't mean that's when it happened. That doesn't mean it happened on September 11th. He was alive. In person at the Fishkind County Police Station. So yeah, at least in the tent, he was alive. So yeah, the murder happened between September 11th and September 14th. So they say that it went around September 12th because the co-worker tried and failed to reach the victim via phone and text message for several days. Okay, so he tried on the 12th, didn't work. 13 didn't work. 14 didn't work. Then he called the cops and they came in on the 15th. So it was at least found. So it shortens between September 11 and September 12. Date and hour autopsy. So yeah, the autopsy. Okay, so the autopsy may said that the day of the murder was on the September 12th, but they don't know at which hour exactly. Okay. Final diagnosis, pathologist Richard H. Hamilton, MD. Okay. Gunshot wound to the abdomen. With a single gunshot wound to the abdomen was found deceased by law enforcement approximately 3 days after his death. There were clear evidence of excessive alcohol consumption. The crime scene showed possible sign of a suicide. No medical ballistic evidence to support this, making suicides highly unlikely. The victim was shot with a .38 caliber handgun, which was found crime scene. Victim's right hand, cause of death appears shooting, third party, organ damage, excessive blood loss. Single shot gun wound in the abdomen, internal external bleeding, punctured left kidney. Bullet entered through the lower left abdomen, proceed through skin, soft tissues, and the left kidney before hitting the victim's left lower back. Okay, so it didn't get out, but it went to the back. Bullet entry and exit consistent with the shooting being done by a third party. Toxicology. Alcohol back level of 0.23, so he was drunk. And traces of diphenhydramine, likely from sleeping pills. So, yeah, the blood wound suggests that he was drugged after when he went to bed, or maybe like they took some sleeping pills and then they kill him in his sleep. In accordance with county policy, report was reviewed another board certified forensics pathologist prior to release. Okay. So text message. Text message. So we have between Harry and Emma. Just wanted to thank you for all the help you've given the team lately. Really appreciate it. Of course, emoji thumbs up. Then we have something between Janice and Emma. I heard some pretty bad arguing and banging sound coming from your house. Is everything okay? Sorry for getting back to you so late. Yeah, we had an argument. He threw me out to the ground. Hurt me pretty bad. I'm at the hospital now. What? Oh my god, you want me to come over to the hospital? No, it's okay. Rebecca's here's with me. Okay, please let me know if there's anything I can do. I can't believe this. Emoji heart. So now again with Janice and Emma. How are you doing? Better. Getting discharged later today. Thank God. Please let me know if anything I can do. Will do. Thank you. So now we have Danielle and Emma. Are you still at the hospital? Emma to charge. Okay, so the text from Daniel to Emma has been ignored. Then it's Emma with Charles. Can you meet me and Rebecca at the Bastille Motel? Sure, can be there in about 30 minutes. I still can't believe this shit. So sorry this happened. Thanks, Charles. See you at the motel. Okay. Then Danielle texts him again. Did you get my text earlier? Are you still at the hospital? I'm really sorry. Can you please answer your phone or at least answer my texts? And still ignore. Emma to Charles. I really need to see you. Can you be at the motel in about an hour? Charles, I'm fix you soon. Thank you. Janice to Emma, just want to know. Thank you. Emoji heart. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's happening with my cord. If I'm still having trouble, damn it. Okay. Sending lots of love, emoji heart. Are you gonna be at the hotel later? Yeah, why? I need to talk to you. Okay, stop by whenever. Sounds good. I'll be there around 6. Emoji thumbs up. So this is on the day of the murder, of the body discovery, or the body of the murder. Emma saw Charles. Which one was Charles again? The ex-husband. So now we have the text message of Charles Humphreys, Rebecca to Charles. Hey dad, can I stay with you tonight? Yeah, of course, if something happened. Yeah, I'm at the hospital with mom. I'll call you once you get released, should be soon. Hospital, what happened? I'll call you soon and tell you what's going on. Okay, I can talk whatever. Emoji heart. We're heading to the pharmacy and then to the police to file a report. Good, thanks for being here for your mom. Love you, kiddo. Love you too, dad. So then Emma talked to Charles first. So they met once. And then another time on the next day. I'm wrapping a showing. Time is perfect. Charles, Rebecca, can you meet at the hotel? Rebecca, Charles, yes, sure, can head there now. Thumbs up. Charles, Emma, you're gonna be at the hotel later. Night. So three visit at the hotel, the 10, 11, and the 12. And then Janice text message. Janice to Emma. I heard something very bad. Okay, so all of them are for Janice and Emma. The only difference is she's ordering stuff from Amazon. She made a delivery. Your Amazon order has been successfully placed. Your expected delivery is Wednesday, September 13. Will be delivered tomorrow by 5 p.m. I wonder what this is about. And then we have Rebecca. Sydney to Rebecca. Any chance I can get your notes from yesterday's psych class? I totally spaced and forgot we had class. Can check my notes. I'll email them later today. Thanks, you fucking rock. Just email you the notes. Thanks again. Then the thing with the dad. Then we have Sydney. You're still up for hanging out tonight? Sorry I can't. Something came up. Bummer, but it's all good. Everything okay. Just some family stuff I gotta deal with. Thumbs up. Rebecca Moises. Sorry to ask you this late. Could you cover my shift tomorrow morning? Sorry, just now seeing this. Yeah, I can cover it. I can use the money actually. Thank you so much. No worries. Okay. So Rebecca managed to get the day off on the 12th to meet them at the hotel. Then we have Danielle. Harry, Danielle, everything prepped for tonight's dinner meeting. This Anderson account will be huge for us. I got all the figures worked up yesterday. Emma printed out the full presentation, sorted all the materials. We're good. Thumbs up. How did it go? Don't leave me hanging, bro. How did the dinner go? So that's the day got hurt. Sorry I didn't get back to you last night. The meeting went well. I'll fill you on Monday. That's it. Not gonna meet me in the details. Suspense is killing me. It's easier to discuss person. Just know it went well. Should be able to close this deal soon. Fingers crossed. Still at the hospital. Did you get my text earlier? Okay, so Danielle to Emma. Eric to Danielle. Can I stop by your office in about 10 minutes? I want to know how the inter-sons meeting went. Sure, I'm here. Cool, see you in a few. Thumbs up. Eric to Danielle. Okay, so the messages started at September 11 at 11:45. So the last text was 9 in the morning. So I reached Danielle. Is everything okay? Are the police? You were here talking to you. Did something happen? Okay, so the police talked to them on September 11 on the morning. Okay. You still here or did you leave? If you need anything, let me know. I heard you got put on administrative leave. Hope everything is okay. I'm worried about you. Call me. So he used ride service. Who is this Harry? So on September 11th, he's still alive? On September 12th. Okay, so now I have the no evidence needed at the time. Okay. So this is Emma. This is Charles Humphreys, ex-husband. This is Janice Burks, the neighbor. Rebecca Humphreys, the daughter. Home security recording camera. I need to check that. So security cam number 1. September 19. That's not the day of the murder. So that's the police.
Hey, asshole. You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off
please
me.
do I know what you did, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut this shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you understand me?
Man.
No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
Is that Danielle? Oh no, the September 19th, this is today. So the recording was made on, yeah, 9/11. So at 7:55, who was at his door at 7:55? I don't know who this guy is, but that's not the perp. But yeah, this is weird.
You like to hit women, huh?
Number 2.
Emma? I've been really worried about you. Are you leaving him? Are you alright?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure? Did something now just happen?
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead, I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
Okay. So the neighbor was there for her. Cam number 3. Oh, that's 9:12. The door was locked. She's using the key to get in. Underneath the pot. One minute later, she didn't unlock the door. Okay, so Janice got in and left the door unlocked. Okay. Then we have Charles. The key is gone. 9:27. Looking under the rug. The door screams like there's a cat in the house. So he went there for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Three minutes and a half. Do you leave with something? What's that? It's a bag with some stuff. But since it's Charles, it's probably something that Emma asked him to do. Okay. Then we have... Oh, those are the 4. Alright, I'm done with the live feed.
All right, Emma, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621, and with me here today is Emma Richardson. So Emma, can you please go ahead and spell your first and last name for me?
EMMARICHARDSON.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and lastly, I just need you to acknowledge that we've already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, that's also correct.
All right, thank you, Emma. So, yeah, let's just keep it simple and start with you telling me where you were the day of Daniel's death.
I was staying at a motel.
And which motel would that be?
The Best Stay Motel on the southeast part of town.
Now, is there a reason that you didn't go to work that day?
I wasn't feeling well, so I decided to take a sick day.
And you work at Rose and Davis Financial Services, right?
Yes, I'm a junior account executive.
And Daniel, he works there as well. Is that also correct?
Yes, actually, he's the one who got me the job there.
As a realtor.
And the two of you were romantic partners. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you mind maybe elaborating a little bit more on this relationship that you two had?
Sure. What exactly would you like to know?
Well, I guess we can start with the police report that you had filed on September 10th. Now, based on what I read, it seemed that this relationship that you two had was not that pleasant, was it?
No, but at least not lately anyway.
Now, you claimed that he had grabbed you pretty forcefully, too. I mean, so much so that he dislocated your right elbow. Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't want you to think that was a norm or anything.
So that's not his normal behavior?
No, it wasn't. We had been together for 6 months at least, and I moved in with him about a month ago. He had never once laid a finger on me the entire time or shown any warning signs.
So then what exactly happened on that day? I mean, why did he have this sudden change in behavior?
He was jealous of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was Jason Anderson.
Jason Anderson. All right, and what exactly happened with Jason?
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot, and it was pretty funny, so we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I think he had the wrong impression. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he wanted to know if I found Jason attractive.
Oh, wait, was Jason the guy who was, what?
Flirting with some guys in the office from before. Honestly, I have no idea what he was talking about.
So has Daniel showed signs of jealousy like this in the past?
No. But, I mean, there was never a situation like this before. Anyway.
You can continue.
Well, when we got home, he didn't seem to calm down at all. We were in the kitchen at the time, and he accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate the situation by leaving, but then he blocked me with his body and backed me into a corner. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to tell him the truth. But what was I supposed to say? I already told him the truth. So then I pushed him off of me. And that's when he yanked me really hard by the arm and threw me to the floor.
So hard, he dislocated her elbow. Shit.
And then when I was on the ground, he kept yelling and screaming at me over and over. I mean, I can't even remember what he was saying.
Was he drinking that night?
Yes.
No, the man hardly ever drank at all.
Oh, no,
I
when he
can't
was
remember the
dead,
last time
yes.
I drink.
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was there when this had all happened. Is that right?
Yes, I was upstairs in her room at the time, and she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. And she asked me what happened, and I told her we had been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I had accidentally fallen.
No.
So why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital. On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was, and he just kept apologizing over and over. He said he didn't know what got into him.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Really?
It was a one-time thing. It was completely out of character. I didn't know what got into him. So yes, I did believe him.
All right, and what happened after that?
Well, he took me to the hospital and we checked in, and that's when I learned that my elbow was dislocated. Then Daniel left and Rebecca came to stay with me overnight. And then the next morning I had time to clear my mind, and I told Rebecca exactly what happened.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges with the police, but honestly, I was hesitant. I didn't want it to turn into a big thing.
But this was a big thing, was it not?
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, it was a big enough deal that you felt the need to file a police report, right?
But that was Rebecca's idea. So, but yes, I was released from the hospital. We stopped and got some pain medication for my arm. And then we went to the police and filed a report. Then we went to the motel, I checked in, and Rebecca left to stay with her dad.
And her dad, that's Charles, right?
Yes, Charles.
So was Charles aware of the assault that had happened?
Yes, I told him that night.
Was anyone else besides Charles and your daughter Rebecca aware of the assault?
The only other person was my neighbor, Janice. She must have heard the screaming because she texted to see if everything was okay. I wrote her back that same night and told her exactly what happened.
Now, are you and your neighbor really close? Because, and this could just be a me thing, but that seems kind of a strange thing to tell a neighbor.
Sure, somewhat, I guess. I mean, we look out for each other, you know, as neighbors are supposed to.
Now, I'm wondering, do you think that maybe one of those three would have a reason to kill Daniel? I mean, considering they now know how abusive he can be, I mean, maybe that was enough to push them over, the limit to maybe take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely not.
But what about you? Was that enough of a reason for you to kill Daniel? Maybe make sure that he never lays a finger on you again?
Absolutely not, no. Like I said, it was a one-time thing. It wasn't that severe.
Wasn't that severe? Emma, I'm staring at you and you have a dislocated elbow. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that is pretty damn severe.
Look, the guy got jealous, okay? I mean, he'd been under a lot of pressure at work and he was in a shitty mood.
He talks like
I mean, he made a really
beat up
poor
woman.
decision that he immediately regretted. Is it okay that he hurt my arm? Of course not. But we can't change the past. And I do believe he was truly sorry.
Okay. Fair enough. So Emma, is there anything else that you feel that I should know about this whole situation?
None that I can think of.
All right. We're going to take a little break. Just ask that you just hang here for a bit, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, you saw the interview. You think she's being completely honest? I really can't say for sure. What I want to know from you is if you think she's telling the truth about how severe the abuse was. And I'm talking both physical and verbal. That's a major piece of this whole thing. Whether she's being honest or not will give us a decent idea on how to move forward with this investigation. So let's make sure we really judge this correctly. The right approach should get her to open up a bit more. I'll trust your judgment with that. You tell me, and that's how I'll proceed with her. No rush. Look over whatever you need to and call me back. All right, talk soon.
He's not telling the truth about how severe the abuse was.
Six months, at least, and I moved in with him about a month ago. He had never once laid a finger on me the entire time or shown any warning signs.
So then what exactly happened on that day? I mean, why did he have this sudden change in behavior?
He was jealous of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was Jason Anderson.
Jason Anderson. All right, and what exactly happened with Jason?
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot, and he was pretty funny, so we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I think he had the wrong impression. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he wanted to know if I found Jason attractive. He even accused me of flirting with some guys in the office from before. Honestly, I have no idea what he was talking about.
So has Daniel showed signs of jealousy like this in the past?
No. But, I mean, there was never a situation like this before. Anyway.
You can continue.
Well, when we got home, he didn't seem to calm down at all. We were in the kitchen at the time, and he accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate the situation by...
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was there when this had all happened. Is that right?
Yes, she was upstairs in her room at the time, and she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. I mean, she asked me what happened, and I told her we had been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I had accidentally fallen.
So why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital. On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was, and he just kept apologizing over and over.
Wait, what?
And she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. I mean, she asked me what happened, and
It
I
was
told
still
her
there?
I'd been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I'd accidentally fallen.
So why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital. On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was, and he just kept apologizing over and over. He said he didn't know what got into him.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Really?
It was a one-time thing. It was completely out of character. I didn't know what got into him. So yes, I did believe him.
All right, and what happened after that?
Well, he took me to the hospital and we checked in, and that's when I learned that my elbow was dislocated. Then Daniel left and Rebecca came to stay with me overnight. And then the next morning I had time to clear my mind, and I told Rebecca exactly what happened.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges.
Okay, so she pressed charge to the police while she was at the hospital because he drove her right there after the fact. Okay. I want to say that she's telling the truth.
Hello? Okay, so you think she's telling the truth about how severe the abuse was? I'm not 100% sure I agree. But like I said, I'll trust your judgment. I'll get the interview back up in just a sec. Okay. Bye.
Like, the way the question... I don't like the way the question was asked. It's like, do you think she's telling the truth about the severity? She said it wasn't a big deal. Like, at the same time, I want to say... Yeah, she thinks... I believe her when she says that she thinks it's not a big deal. That's what I meant by that. Like, for her, it's not a big deal. She talks exactly like how a person, an abuser victim would talk, you know? 100% that's what's happening. So, I don't think she's lying. She really thinks that it's not a big deal. Like, it's like, it's not about, oh, is it the truth or is it not the truth? It's pretty it's pretty subjective to see like, oh, a dislocated, like, is this a big deal or not? Yeah, I mean, it kind of is, like, because the severity made her dislocate her arm. It kind of lacks a lot of strength. It's somewhat severe, but at the same time, could have been worse. Like, as soon as he yanked her off the ground and she realized, oh my god, you're hurt. Take her to the hospital. Sorry. This looks like somebody who never beat up somebody before, and, you know. Because usually, when people are losing their shit, they will punch her or kick her while she's down. She's only got away with a dislocated elbow.
This is a continuation with Emma Richardson. So look, Emma, I want you to know that I do believe you, okay? I believe you when you say that the abuse wasn't that severe. Now, let's just put that aside, all right? Is there anything else in regards to your relationship with Daniel that you feel I should be aware of? Anything at all?
No, nothing I can think of.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. All right, then let's give you a break, okay? Alright.
So this is like a short video to say, okay, there's a consequence after the fact, like. All right.
All right, that's a good enough start with her for now. I'm going to bring her ex-husband, Charles, in here next. Let's see what this guy's got to say. Hang tight.
All right, Charles, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here is Charles Humphreys. So, Charles, we'll just start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
Okay. CHARLES HUMPHRIES.
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, if you can please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let's just start with you telling me, why were you seen entering Daniel's house the day of his death?
Well, I was doing a favor for Emma, right? I went there to pick up some items that she had forgotten, right? She didn't want to enter that house again, so I went there for her.
And what sort of items were you picking up?
It was like some clothing and other personal items. Right? I didn't sort through the bag, so I'm not 100% sure what may have been in it.
So you said bag, so you were there to pick up a bag of hers, is that right?
Correct. She put it by the front door in the entryway. I walked in, I grabbed the bag, and I left.
Bullshit!
And Charles, you're a realtor, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means you get to pretty much set your own hours, right?
To an extent, sure.
Now, you didn't have any appointments or any meetings that morning?
That is correct.
So, did you see Daniel when you went inside the house?
No, I didn't. I didn't see his car in the driveway either, so I just assumed he wasn't home. But look, I didn't even go in the house. I just went in the entryway, I grabbed Emma's bag, and I left. That's it.
Okay, he's
Now,
lying. He's
Are
lying.
you aware that Daniel had been killed on that day and that his body was found inside that house?
I'm aware of it now, but at the time, no. I wasn't aware of it at the time.
So what do you know about Daniel's death?
I know that he was apparently shot and killed. I'm also aware it possibly could have been a suicide, that he took his own life.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that he took his own life?
Certainly seems like a possibility, yeah.
So how well did you actually know Daniel?
Not well at all. I mean, I mostly knew about him through Rebecca. Right? I only personally met him a few times. A few times that I did meet him in person, he seemed like a pretty cool guy. Right? He was friendly and upbeat, you know, just a good all-around guy. It wasn't until much later that I learned about him abusing Emma. Needless to say, that changed my opinion of him real quick.
Yeah, I could imagine. So tell me about Emma. What is your relationship like with Emma?
Emma and I are on pretty good terms, all things considered. We were married for almost 20 years. You know, we had Rebecca. Everything was going really well. But, I mean, slowly things just didn't work out like we had hoped. So we got divorced about 2 years ago. I mean, it wasn't an ugly divorce or anything like that. But we both agreed that it wasn't working out, so we decided to call it quits. And here we are.
So do you still stay in touch with her?
It's not like we're best friends or anything like that, but we have a daughter together, so yeah, we are in touch from time to time.
And do you still care for her?
Not in a romantic way, no, but as a person and the mother of my child, yes, I absolutely do care about her.
So would you be willing to do anything for her?
What, like murder?
Yes, Charles, like murder.
No, of course not. Look, I would be willing to do almost anything for her.
I
'cause
would
still
do
care about her. The
anything.
murder, no.
Oh, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Which is murder? No, anal.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel when you went inside that house?
No, of course not.
Look, I told you I didn't even see the guy, but if I did, I'm not going to kill him.
So, what about Emma? You think that maybe Emma killed Daniel? I mean, she's got more reasons to kill him than anyone else.
No, Emma didn't kill Daniel. That's ridiculous.
And how can you be so sure about that?
Because she's not a killer. She's like the sweetest person I know.
Well, what if she maybe hired someone or got some help? You don't think that that's possible?
No, I don't think that's possible.
Well, look, Charles, the reality is that somebody killed Daniel, okay? That is a fact. Now, we know that Emma has been on the receiving end of his abuse. All right? Now, that has got to be scary as hell for her. Okay, now, Charles, I'm not saying that Emma killed Daniel, okay? But, Charles, we at least have to entertain the idea that maybe she wanted him dead. Now, I don't think that that's far-fetched at all. Hell, Charles, I have seen people killed for far less. All right? So you don't think that Emma maybe just wanted him dead? You don't think that that's possible?
Look, I have no doubts that she wanted this man out of her life. That's obvious. But to think Emma would wish death upon him or anybody else for that matter? No, I don't believe that. I do not believe that she wanted him dead. No.
You really don't?
No, I really don't.
All right. Charles, we're going to take a short break, all right? Just ask that you sit here for a bit and I'll be right back, all right?
Yeah, no worries.
All right, we got to hear his take on things. Now, the main thing I'm questioning at the moment is whether or not Emma is capable of either committing this murder or getting someone else to do it. She really does seem like the person that has the most to gain from Daniel's death. But her ex, he doesn't seem to think that she has that in her. I don't know. You think Charles is telling the truth? You think he really believes that Emma is incapable of going through with murder? Does he really believe that she had absolutely nothing to do with this? Again, we got to be careful with how we judge this. Pushing him in the wrong direction may not get us the info we need. I want to know what you think. I'll proceed based on that. So just give me a call when you know, and we'll go from there. All right? Bye.
Does Charles really believe Emma has nothing to do with murder? Yeah. Like, I was afraid how the question was going to be asked, but because if it says, like, did Charles lie in his testimony, the answer is yes, but not on the statement that he believed Emma had nothing to do with the murder. And the reason why is here.
Hey, asshole. You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off me.
I know what you did to Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know what you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you understand me? No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
So that was him. I thought he had gray hair. So Charles confronted Daniel on the eve of the murder. And then he said, I came from... The door was unlocked. If he was there for a minute, he was there for 3 minutes and a half. So now he has the bag. But he said it was in the front of the door. So the way he said it, like the bag was in front of the door. So it feels like he went inside for 3.5 minutes and then got out. All right, we're going to say that Charles will believe it has nothing to do with the murder. Yes. Truth seeker number 2. Okay, so now the game is telling me that I choose the correct answer in Charles' first interview.
I agree with you on this one. He does seem pretty sincere. All right, I'll continue the interview. We'll be back up in just a sec.
So probably truth seeker number 1 was that I got wrong on Emma.
This is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. So Charles, I do think that you're being honest about Emma, all right? You really don't think she had anything to do with this, and I do believe you.
Well, that's good because that's honestly how I feel. And like I said before, she is not the kind of person to wish death upon anybody. She is by far the most caring person I've ever met.
So Charles, I hear you, okay? But since you didn't kill Daniel, and if Emma had nothing to do with this, well then, that means there must be somebody else, right? So, do you think that maybe Rebecca may have had some...
No, of course not. This has absolutely nothing to do with Rebecca.
Okay. Well then I guess that puts us back to square one then, doesn't it?
I guess so.
All right, well, Charles, that'll do for now, all right? Let's get you out of here for a bit.
Okay.
All right, that was pretty straightforward, I guess. You know, I didn't want to bring up the neighbor Janice as a suspect to him quite yet. I want to hear from Janice first.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go get her and we'll get the next round going. Okay, bye.
So Janice went once. She knew where the key was.
All right, Janice, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621, and with me here today is Janice Burks. So Janice, let's please start with you spelling your first and last name for me.
JANICEBURKES.
And can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you are consenting to that recording?
Yes, sir. I do consent.
And lastly, please acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, sir. We've already gone over my rights.
Well, thank you, Janice. So let's just start with a little bit of context here now. You live next door to Daniel Murphy and his girlfriend, Emma Richardson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And about how long have you lived at that residence?
Oh, I've lived there about 1.5 years, sir.
And prior to that, you had spent some time in prison. Is that right?
Yes, sir. 9 years.
And that was for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mind telling me what happened?
Well, it's not a very complicated story. My husband at the time was very violent, very physical with me, and it had been going on a lot longer than I care to admit. One night, he beat me up pretty bad. Seemed like he was never going to stop. So, I stopped him.
In self-defense.
That's it.
And how is life treating you these days?
I can't complain, sir. I'm alive. I'm healthy. I got a steady job. Just trying to live life right. God's been good to me.
That's good. That's real good. So what is it that you do for work?
I work collections. I call people who owe money on behalf of various different companies.
And you do this from home?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Now,
Debt collector.
I don't mean to be rude or judgmental or anything like that, but I'm curious, how is it that you landed in that particular neighborhood? Because it seems like it would be a bit too pricey for someone with a job such as yours. Now, that is assuming that you do live alone.
Oh, yes, sir, I do live alone. That house belonged to my mother. She bought it about 20 years ago. She paid it off early. And when she died about 10 months ago, she left it to me.
Well, thank you for that explanation. That certainly makes sense. Now, I am curious, how well did you know Daniel and Emma?
Oh, I know Emma pretty well. Daniel, not so much. When I moved in about 1.5 years ago, Daniel had already been living there. They're pretty good neighbors. They're quiet. They stick to themselves. No parties or anything like that. I can't remember them ever having anyone over, in fact. Rebecca, their daughter, lives with them. She's pretty quiet too. She sticks to herself. But honestly, in general, the whole neighborhood's pretty quiet, so they're no exception.
So why is it that you got to know Emma more than Daniel?
Well, it seems like Daniel works very long hours, but Emma works 9 to 5, so I see her from time to time when I went on my usual walks, and we'd stop and chat for a bit. She was one of the few people in the neighborhood who didn't look at me funny, you know?
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a small town where it gets around fast, and I'm pretty sure most of my neighbors knew about my past. They were scared, they kept their distance, but Emma, she treated me like a normal person, and I really appreciated that. And I always felt like I should kind of look out for her too, I guess.
Now, what about Charles? What do you know about him?
Well, who's Charles?
So Charles, that's Charles Humphreys. That is Emma's ex-husband.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
I don't know much about him. I didn't ever meet him, and I don't remember Emma ever really talking about him. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about him.
So, given your relationship with Emma, I am assuming that you have a good explanation as to why you were seen entering and leaving their house the day that Daniel was killed.
Oh, yes, I do. The mail carrier had accidentally left some of their mail in my mailbox that day. We've had some trouble with porch pirates recently, so I thought I should just take it over. I didn't want to leave it on their doorstep or anything, so Emma had told me about the spare key to use in case of emergencies or whatever, so I just used the spare key. I opened the door, I dropped the mail off in the entryway, and I left.
Now, was Daniel home?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I mean, his car wasn't in the driveway. That's where he usually parks it. And I didn't see him in the house either.
Now, Janice, are you aware that Daniel had been shot and killed and that his body was found in that house?
Yes, officer. I was aware of that. The whole neighborhood was aware of that.
Huh?
And so you didn't see him or his dead body when you went into that house to drop off that mail?
Oh, no. I mean, like I said, I just went in, dropped the mail off in the entryway, and then I left.
Janice, did you really go into that house to drop off mail?
Yes, officer, I really went into that house to drop off mail.
All right. Well, look, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. I ask that you just sit here for a second. I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
All right.
She went in a hurry. She knocked. No answer. Knock very loud. Yeah, this doesn't sound like somebody who's dropping for
Okay,
mail.
we've met the neighbor. I'm curious to know what you think about this Janice lady. You buy that story that she entered the house to drop off some mail? Let me know if you think she's lying, and I'll continue based on that.
She's definitely lying because the security camera tells a different story. She was in a hurry. She took the spare key to enter the room. Make sure she's unseen. She went in. Okay, 30 seconds. "30 seconds. She went into the house for 30 seconds. And then she left the door unlocked and she could have found the body and then make sure that the body was seen. So she could have opened the backyard door half open and left the key unlocked here. But why? She was not telling the truth. Truth seeker number 3.
Hey, so you don't buy that story, huh? Well, me neither. It's a bit too perfect. And, after reviewing that security footage again, her actions don't seem to match up at all.
There you go.
Let's see if we can find out the real reason she entered that house. I'll get the interviews back up in just a few.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. Now, Janice, according to you, the mail carrier had dropped off their mail at your mailbox by accident, right? And then you, I guess being the good Samaritan that you are, decided to bypass these potential porch pirates. So you then took that mail and you brought it directly into their home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Janice, what kind of mail was this?
If I remember correctly, it was just a few envelopes.
Full envelopes full of bullshit.
So just a few envelopes. So why the urgency to drop off just a few envelopes? You couldn't wait until they got home?
I guess I could have. I didn't really give it that much thought. I just saw that I had their mail and I thought I'd bring it over to them, that's all.
Janice, you are lying to me.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean that there is absolutely nothing that supports your statement whatsoever. Look, you having their mail is no reason to go inside of their home. You could have simply just held on to their mail, Janice. And please don't tell me that you were concerned with porch pirates, because porch pirates are looking for packages, okay? Things that have actual value. They're not just looking for regular mail. Now, Janice, if you're going to lie to me, come up with something like like there was a check in the mail or something like that, because then it would be a little bit more believable. Now, Janice, you are still on probation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you think that lying to a detective who is trying to solve a murder case, do you think that is going to be helpful? Look, Janice, that is considered obstruction of justice, okay? Now, you are not a stupid person, okay? You're not. So we are going to try this again. Why were you seen entering their house the day that Daniel was killed?
All right. I heard a gunshot. I rushed over there to see if everything was okay.
Okay.
And when I entered the home, I looked around. That's when I saw Daniel lying there dead in the bedroom. I didn't know what to think, so I panicked and I just left.
So Janice, why did you lie about that?
Lie. Okay, so she was the first to discover the body. There was a gunshot. The killer probably left by the back porch. She got in, saw the body, and then panicked and left. That would make sense, and it tracks with the time because she was only in here for 30 seconds. She got in a hurry and she got out in a hurry.
Come on, sir. I went to prison for 9 years for killing my abusive husband. Then I'm seen leaving and entering a home where a man is killed. A man who is known to have physically abused his girlfriend. How do you think that looks?
Like you're suspect.
Well, not very good, to be honest.
Not very good at all.
All right, so just to make sure that I get this right, so you heard a gunshot. You go enter the house. You see Daniel, and he's dead. And you lie to protect yourself. Is that basically it?
Yeah, that's it.
So you're telling me that you did not kill Daniel.
She didn't have the time for that.
So Daniel was already killed when you had entered that house.
Yes,
And Janice, why should I believe you?
because it's the truth.
The truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, we are going to put a pause on this for now, okay, Janice?
So yeah, those are shorter videos, but they give me time, to say that.
Well, that interview certainly adds a new dimension to this whole thing. That is, of course, if Janice is being honest about finding Daniel dead. I honestly don't know. At this point, who knows? All right, I'm going to bring in Rebecca Humphreys, Emma and Charles's kid. Let's see if she can shed any more light on this case.
Yeah.
All right, let me go get her. We'll be back up in just a sec. All right, bye.
So she was seen.
Emma?
All right, Rebecca, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here today is Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, can you please spell your first and last name for me?
Yeah, first name is Rebecca. Last name Humphreys, Humphies.
Thank you, and can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you consent to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, just acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I am.
All right, Rebecca, let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
Yeah, so that day I was over at my dad's house.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day, so I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
That tracks.
So you didn't go to work that day either?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wanted to focus on my paper.
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and please be honest, okay? Please. Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder?
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not asking you if they killed him, just if they may have possibly had some involvement. Now, based on the history, you don't think that that's possible?
No, absolutely not. Like, no, I know my parents. It's not possible.
Okay. So how long have you been living with Daniel and your mom?
We officially moved in like about a month ago or so, but my mom had practically been like living over there like 3 or 4 months before that.
And you were aware that there had been some domestic issues during that time between Daniel and your mom, correct?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Well, first off, I want to like make sure that you know that the domestic issues, as you put it, weren't happening the whole time that I've been living there. It was kind of all recent, actually.
Sure. Gotcha. So yeah, please continue.
So, like, it's pretty straightforward, but I want to say like about a week and a half ago, I was in my room reading, and I heard some screaming and yelling and banging, and I went down to the kitchen, and I found my mom on the floor crying, and she was just obviously like in a lot of pain, and she was grabbing her right arm, and just her and Daniel had gotten into some sort of an argument, and he pushed her to the ground like pretty damn hard.
So did you see him push her to the ground?
No, I didn't, but it was pretty obvious that that's what had happened.
Now, is this the only incident that you were aware of?
As far as I know, yeah. That's as far as I'm aware.
Now, this incident landed your mom in the hospital. I mean, she has a dislocated elbow.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I know.
You don't think that maybe your mom would want to seek some sort of revenge?
No, my mom wouldn't seek revenge. Like, you do know that she's the one who filed the police report, right?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, so why would she file a police report if she was planning on killing him? Like, she wanted the police to get involved. That's literally the whole reason why she went to the police in the first place. She wanted them to deal with it.
All right, well, then what about your dad?
What about him?
Well, it seems that he and your mom are still on pretty decent terms. I mean, all things considered. It seems that he still cares for her. You don't think that maybe he acted out of a need to protect her?
No, absolutely not.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know my dad. Like, that's not even close to the kind of person that he is. Like, he's not a murderer. Like, I don't even, like, I can't believe I even have to, like, say that to you.
Look, Rebecca, I know that this can be hard. Okay, I know that, but we have to think logically, right? Now, try to put your personal feelings aside as best as you can, all right? Now, do you really believe that your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder?
No, my parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder. There's no way.
All right, fair enough. So look, we're going to take a short break, all right? Just going to ask that you stay there, and I'll be back in just a few, okay?
I need to look back at some details.
I'm really worried about you. Are you leaving him?
Alright, so there's still a lot to unpack here. But the main thing I really want to know right now is if you think she really believes her parents had nothing to do with Daniel's death. I mean, I know they're her parents and all, but the motivation is pretty easy to spot, especially when it comes to her mom. I just can't tell if she's being honest or if she's blowing smoke up our ass. Look it over and tell me what your read is on her. Let me know if you think she really believes they had nothing to do with it. We'll go from there. Alright. Bye.
So, does Rebecca really believe her parents have nothing to do with the murder?
Are you alright?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure to tell me now? Just have
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead, I'll get the...
Okay.
Oh! That could have been the proof that says, I'm such an idiot. That could be the proof saying that was severe, like, I gotta go. It was so severe she has to leave the house and go live to a hotel. That makes perfect sense. But this, at 9, the guy was already dead. So this is 7:55. This is later that day at 1 p.m. Okay. So now I have to check with the cell phone records. See if it makes sense. 9/11. She contacted Charles to meet at the hotel. Okay. Janice was worried. So 5 hours later, she texts Emma. Okay. And then at 10:23, Charles needs to talk to Emma, so by whenever. Okay, so Emma asked Charles to meet her at the hotel on the first day. On the second day, it was again because she was leaving him. And then Charles asked Emma if she's going to be at the hotel. She needs to talk to her. So this is 10:23. Okay. Okay. I made a screwed up first. So that's why the game is called Behind Closed Door. Charles went in, but he went for 3 minutes, and then he came back with a bag of stuff. But it says, he claims that it was an errand from Emma, that she left some stuff at the house. But if that was the case, a text message would have been. And the only thing, the last time that he talked was at the hotel the day before. So that would have been weird to go there, and I left some stuff. Can you get them by tomorrow morning? So they would go there for 3 minutes and then come back. And then after he get out of the house, he texted Emma to say, I need to talk to you. So he probably have done something. But Daniel was already dead. That's the issue here. But here we have nothing about Rebecca. She never left the house even once, according to the security cam. She always used the back porch, and I'm pretty sure the killer did too.
All right, Rebecca, we are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here today is Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, can you please spell your first and last name for me?
Yeah, first name is Rebecca. Last name Humphreys, Humphies.
Thank you, and can you please acknowledge that this statement is being video and audio recorded and that you consent to this recording?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, just acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I am.
All right, Rebecca. Let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
Yeah, so that day I was over at my dad's house.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day, so I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
So you didn't
Oh,
go to
what what
work
day are we talking about?
Home until late in the evening.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day, so I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean...
The 12, they mean?
Yeah, so that day I was over...
You just acknowledge that we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Yes, I am.
All right, Rebecca. Let's start with you telling me where you were at the day of Daniel's death.
The 12.
Yeah, so that day I was...
Okay. So the 12, she said she was at the dad's house. Okay, so 12. She had no text prior to 12. It stops at 11. But it's true that during that day she called Moses to cover her shift for tomorrow on the 12th. Okay?
I was over at my dad's house.
Mm-hmm.
So you were at your dad's house, but you don't live with your dad, do you?
No, I don't, but I do stay with him sometimes.
And you were there the whole day?
Yeah, I don't really remember any reason to leave that day.
So can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Well, I mean, yeah, I did. But I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day. So I decided to stay home and focus on that instead, since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is
On the 12th. Her dad was at home, right?
okay, please. Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder? And you are a student at corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking if he could cover my shift for that day.
So you didn't go to work that day either?
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wanted to focus on my paper.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and please be honest, okay? Please. Do you think that either of your parents had something to do with Daniel's murder?
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not asking you if they killed him, just if they may have possibly had some involvement. Now, based on the history, you don't think that that's possible?
No, absolutely not. Like, no, I know my parents, it's not possible.
Okay. So how long have you been living with Daniel and your mom?
We officially moved in like about a month ago or so, but my mom had practically been like living over there like 3 or 4 months before that.
And you were aware that there had been some domestic issues during that time between Daniel and your mom, correct?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Well, first off, I want to like make sure that you know that the domestic issues, as you put it, weren't happening the whole time that I've been living there. It was kind of all recent, actually.
Sure. Gotcha. So yeah, please continue.
So, like, it's pretty straightforward, but I want to say like about a week and a half ago, I was in my room reading, and I heard some screaming and yelling and banging, and I went down to the kitchen, and I found my mom on the floor crying, and she was just obviously like in a lot of pain, and she was grabbing her right arm, and just her and Daniel had gotten into some sort of an argument, and he pushed her to the ground like pretty damn hard.
So did you see him push her to the ground?
No, I didn't, but it was pretty obvious that that's what had happened.
Now, is this the only incident that you were aware of?
As far as I know, yeah. That's as far as I'm aware.
Now, this incident landed your mom in the hospital. I mean, she has a dislocated elbow.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware. I know.
You don't think that maybe your mom would want to seek some sort of revenge?
No, my mom wouldn't seek revenge. Like, you do know that she's the one who filed the police report, right?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, so why would she file a police report if she was planning on killing him? Like, she wanted the police to get involved. That's literally the whole reason why she went to the police in the first place. She wanted them to deal with it.
All right, well, then what about your dad?
What about him?
Well, it seems that he and your mom are still on pretty decent terms, I mean, all things considered.
Mhm.
It seems that he still cares for her.
Mhm.
You don't think that maybe he acted out of a need to protect her?
No, absolutely not.
How can you be so sure?
Because I know my dad, like, that's not even close to the kind of person that he is. Like, he's not a murderer. Like, I don't even, like, I can't believe I even have to, like, say that to you.
Look, Rebecca, I know that this can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know that, but we have to think logically, right?
Mm.
Now, try to put your personal feelings aside as best as you can, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you really believe that your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder?
No, my parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder.
Trying to figure out all the moves of everyone. The complaint happened on the 9th. Filed on the 10th. Okay. So, if we believe what Janice said to be true, the murder happened at around between 8:45 and 9 in the morning at the 12. Daniel went somewhere. On the evening. He took a ride service, like he took an Uber. He went somewhere, but where? Huh. I don't have solid evidence that she's lying. But I think she believes. Truth Seeker 4! All right.
Hey, so you think she's being sincere?
Yeah.
I can see that. She does seem to believe her parents weren't involved. Now, whether they were or not, that's a whole other story.
Yes.
All right, let me get back in there. Bye.
Sorry, I'm being texted.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, I do believe that you think your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder, okay? I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But look, we still cannot ignore the facts, okay? We can't. Now, are you aware that your dad was seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day of the murder?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that fact. No.
Yeah, the whole thing was caught on security cam.
Mm-hmm.
So now with this new information, does that change your perspective at all?
No, not at all. I mean, if my dad was seen entering the house that day, then I'm sure he has a perfectly good reason for it, but murder's definitely not the reason. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be.
All right, so Rebecca, look, so if your parents were not involved and you were at your dad's house the whole day, then you tell me, what is your theory on what happened to Daniel?
Look, I don't know. I don't know, okay? I really don't. What I do know is that Daniel wasn't this perfect guy that everybody seems to think that he was. I mean, he had two personalities. Sure, everybody saw the clean-cut business guy, but behind closed doors, it was a completely different story.
What do you mean?
I mean, he was mentally unstable, okay? He could be a real piece of shit, especially when he was drinking. Probably got really drunk, got all depressed, and then just shot himself. I mean, I could see that happening. Have you guys ever considered that maybe nobody actually killed Daniel?
Yes, Rebecca, of course we've considered that. We've considered all possibilities.
She's pushing the suicide, but it's impossible.
I really don't know what to tell you, because that's all I can think of. I don't know.
So there's nothing else that you feel that I should know?
No, not that I can think of, no.
All right, well then let's take a break. All right, you can step out of here for now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, we've heard from everyone that we brought here today. There's still lots of things that aren't adding up or that simply don't make any sense at all. And, most importantly, we still don't know exactly what happened to Daniel. I think it's time we turned up the heat. Start poking some holes. I'm going to get Emma back in here first for another round. Let's see what we can squeeze out of her. I'll be back in the interview room with her in just a sec. All right, bye.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts on the day of Daniel's murder, and just to be clear, you were at the Best Stay Motel the entire day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't leave at all, not even to get food or anything like that?
Actually, I did leave the motel that morning. It was quick, though. I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel. I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so
Sorry
how
about
is it
that.
you got
I'm
your
gonna have to watch the video again
Charles stopped by that
because I
morning
missed
to
the first
pick me
minute
up.
because I got a phone call just now.
Very kind of him.
There was a text. I went to text.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6-ish.
Around 6-ish. Now, did Charles bring you anything else?
Like what?
Like anything besides the dinner itself?
I don't think so.
And you're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, so I'm going to assume that if I were to stop by that diner and talk to some of the folks there, that someone who was working that morning would be able to verify that you were indeed there getting your breakfast around 7 a.m. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, well, let's assume that someone from the diner can verify you were there that morning, and let's also assume that Charles can corroborate that he did bring you dinner that evening. Is there anyone else that can account for your time, say, between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. that day?
No, I don't think so.
Which day are we talking about?
All right, so just to make sure that I have this clear, you definitely did not go to Daniel's house at all the day that he was killed. Is that correct?
That's right.
So see, based on what I have so far, it seems to me that either Janice or Charles committed this murder. In fact, maybe the two of them even worked together. You know, I don't know.
Why would you say that?
Well, because Emma, the two of them were both seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the same day that he was killed.
But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, neither of them would do something like that.
Emma, how can you be so sure of that?
Well, in Janice's case, she had no reason to do such a thing. She hardly even knew Daniel.
Right, but she knows you. And she knows what you've been through. I am sure that Janice can empathize with you. You don't think so?
Janice is on probation. She'd been through a really difficult and unfortunate situation. She served her time, and she has a good life now. You think she would screw all that up for some guy she hardly knows? Or for me, her neighbor?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, she wouldn't.
All right, well then what about Charles? Because he was also seen entering Daniel's house that day. And we have already established that you are clearly someone important enough in his life to look out for. I mean, maybe he was, trying to care for you. Maybe, protect you.
Charles is not a killer. Does he care for me? Yes, and I care for him too. We've known each other for a really long time. But it's just not in his character to do something like that. He would never kill someone, or even think about doing something like that, for that matter. It's just not who he is.
All right, Emma, give me a second, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to watch this again. So now we have Emma 3.
Well, I don't think this is adding up at all. I feel like we must have some evidence that contradicts her statement. Can you look over everything and see if you can find a clear contradiction? That'll add a lot more weight when I go back in there. Give me a call when you got something. Thanks.
Press square to open your inventory, select the contradictory evidence.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts on the day of Daniel's murder, and just to be clear, you were at the Best Day Motel the entire day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't leave at all, not even to get food or anything like that?
Actually, I did leave the motel that morning. It was quick, though. I went to get breakfast at the diner across the street from the motel. I got the food to go, and then I went back to the motel and stayed there the rest of the day.
So around what time did you go to the diner?
It was early, probably around 7.
Around 7. So you did not leave the motel at all, any time after getting that breakfast around 7 a.m.?
No, I did not.
Now, did you eat dinner?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then how was it that you got your dinner that day?
Charles stopped by that evening to bring me dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of him.
Yes, it was.
So what time did he stop by?
I believe it was around 6-ish.
Around 6-ish. Now, around 7. So you did not leave the... Just to be clear, you were at the Best Day with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, I've been giving some thought regarding your whereabouts on the day of Daniel's murder, and just to be clear...
Okay, I got it. The contradiction is that the text message from Emma and Charles don't connect. You see, on the 12th, okay, submit. One piece of contradictive evidence from the most recent interview. It says this section is not correct. Okay. Statement made by Charles. He would have said something. Okay. Charles.
All right, Charles, we have already gone over your rights and that you are willfully making this statement.
Items that she had forgotten, right? She didn't want to enter that house again, so I went there for her.
And what sort of items were you picking up?
It was like some clothing and other personal items, right? I didn't sort through the bag, so I'm not 100% sure what may have been in it.
So you said bag, so you were there to pick up a bag of hers, is that right?
Correct, right. She put it by the front door in the entryway.
Okay, so not correct. Contradiction number 1. What?
Hello? Yes, That's it. Kinda hard to argue that Charles isn't capable of murder, or at least thinking about it when you have him on video literally threatening to kill someone. That is good stuff. Alright, let me show her this and see what sort of explanation she has. This is good. Thanks. Alright, let me get back in there. Hang tight.
So that was even the right angle. I contradict her on something else.
All right, this is another continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, Emma, you had told me earlier, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you said something along the lines of Charles not being capable of committing murder or even thinking about it. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I want you to do me a favor and turn your attention to the TV here. I want you to take a look at this.
Yeah, asshole. Here, I know what you did there, Mom. Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her. Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. You don't understand me. No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you.
So what do you think now?
I know how it looks, but surely you can see he's not being literal.
Oh no!
Yes, he's angry and obviously trying to scare the shit out of Daniel. But to think he literally meant what he said, it's absolutely ludicrous.
Is it really?
It's a figure of speech. Obviously, Charles is not a murderer.
Emma, I am showing you clear proof right here that Charles threatened to kill Daniel. Now that absolutely makes him a suspect, and it shows clear intent. Now, I hear you when you say that you think Charles isn't a murderer. But Emma, what actual proof do you have that Charles did not kill Daniel? And I mean real proof, not just your thoughts and feelings.
I don't have any actual proof.
There you go. That right there is the problem. All right, that is a big problem that I need to get to the bottom of. So look, we are going to put a pause on this for now because I absolutely do need to speak to Charles again. All right?
Okay.
All right. I think we're making some progress here. Time will tell. You did a good job finding the right evidence. So now, let's see what Charles has to say. I'm going to get him back in here. I'll talk to you in a few.
That's not the angle investigation I wanted to go for, but okay, I guess. Let's go with the red herring.
All right, this is another continuation with Charles Humphreys. So Charles, I want to revisit your relationship with Daniel.
I mean, sure, but like I told you before, there wasn't much of a relationship. I only met the guy a few times.
So when was the last time that you saw him?
Probably a few months ago, maybe?
Bullshit!
Honestly, I'm not sure.
So you didn't see him on September 11th?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that now. Yeah, I saw him that morning. That's right. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
See, Charles, I don't know how you could forget that.
What do you mean?
Well, Charles, we have security cam video that shows you violently threatening him. In fact, Charles, we can take a look at that right now.
You don't need to show me that.
Well, Charles, I just want to refresh your memory, okay? Seeing as though that you forgot. So please, indulge me, okay? Take a look.
Yeah, asshole. Here, I know what you did there, Mom. Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her. Oh, shut up and cut that shit.
I know you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. You don't even no, whatever.
So, Charles, is it coming back to you now?
Yeah.
Charles, you are seen here threatening Daniel's life, all right? Now, that is pretty damn serious, especially considering the fact that the man whose life that you threatened, well, he was found killed the very next day.
I know how it looks, but I swear that was just an empty threat. I didn't mean it literally. But I was pissed, man. He laid hands on Emma, and I wanted him to know that I wasn't going to put up with that shit, period.
So you had no intentions of actually following through with that threat?
No, I wasn't actually going to kill him. But yeah, if he hurt Emma again, I would have probably went there and kicked his ass. But no, I wasn't actually going to kill him.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk about your other visit to Daniel's house, okay? The next day, the day that he was actually killed.
Yeah, sure. What more do you want to know?
Well, you went there to gather some of Emma's personal belongings based on her request, right?
Yes, that's right.
And I'm assuming that you were able to get everything that you were sent there to get. Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when did you actually bring these items to Emma?
Later that night.
At the motel?
Yes, at the motel.
And you had also brought her dinner as well that evening, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Charles, when you were actually inside of Daniel's house gathering these items, how long would you say that you were in there for?
It's pretty quick, maybe a minute at the most.
Bullshit.
A minute at most? Really?
Well, I just went into the house and grabbed a bag that was right at the entryway and then left.
So you had no reason to look around the house at all?
No, not at all.
All right, Charles, well, let me process this, okay, for a little bit. So we'll take a short break and I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
So they're gonna show me they want me to show a piece of evidence that contradicts it. That's
All
gonna
right,
be.
there are definitely some holes in this guy's story. I'm gonna need you to find some concrete proof. Let's nail this guy hard, all right? Let me know what you can find. Thanks.
That one's easy. It's security footage number 4. 2 pieces of evidence. Okay, I got one. Maybe Charles' phone record. One of the 2 is correct. Let me go over everything again. Okay, let me try something. It's probably gonna be Janice who had the key and him. No. Autopsy report. Danielle. Rebecca. Janice. So it has to be Emma's statement. Ah!
Hey, there it is. There it is. Fantastic work. Good eye. Yes, he is clearly in the house for way longer than just a minute. And yeah, you're right. Emma stated that he only brought her food the night of Daniel's death. She made it pretty clear that he didn't bring her anything else. So why would he go through the trouble of getting her personal items and then not actually give them to her? That makes no sense at all. All right, let's get the show back up and running. We need answers. Talk
Okay.
soon. Bye.
So that was the other hole. Okay.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want you to take a look at this footage right here, okay?
What am I looking for exactly?
Well, you can clearly see that that's you at the front of Daniel's house, correct?
Yes, I can see that.
So can you look up there and tell me what is the date?
It's September 12th,
All right, and the time? What does that say?
9:27 a.m.
So 9:27 a.m. All right. Now let's fast forward through this. We'll jump to about right about here. All right. Now, can we agree that this is you leaving Daniel's house that same morning?
Yes, it is.
So again, can you look up there and tell me the time? What does it say now?
It's 9:31 a.m.
So 9:31 a.m. Now see, Charles, you told me that you were in Daniel's house for no more than 1 minute. Okay, now I'm showing you the security cam video that shows that you were in there for about 3 to 4 minutes. Now, Charles, I can't understand why it would take 3 to 4 minutes to simply go inside of the house, grab a bag that's right there in the entryway, and then leave. So, Charles, can we cut the bullshit? All right, why did you go inside this house? And more importantly, what were you doing in this house? And this time, Charles, please, do not lie to me.
Look, I don't know if you're aware, but Daniel threatened Emma at gunpoint the day before he died. Now, obviously, this guy was unstable, but I didn't know he had a gun in the house.
So how did you find out about the gun?
Emma told me, and I was afraid Daniel was going to flip out again and actually use the gun to hurt him. So I decided to go over to the house and see if he was there. But when I got there, his car wasn't in the driveway. So I thought I could go in the house and find the gun and take it from him.
All right, so just to be clear, the reason that you went to the house was to find this gun.
That's right. And when I went in the house, I immediately went into their bedroom thinking that's where it would be. But instead, I find the guy lying there dead, and the gun is in his hand too. You know, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. You know, I remember they had the security cam out front, so that freaked me out, right? And I knew it was going to look bad, me coming in the house and this guy being dead. So I quickly kind of came up with this plan to grab some of Emma's stuff and put it in this bag, so it seemed like I had a reason to be there.
So this whole thing was just a performance for the security cam?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it.
Well, I guess that does make sense. Because see, Emma, she stated that the only thing that you brought her that evening was dinner.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's stupid and I'm sorry. But I didn't want to have any connection to this guy's death. I mean, the whole situation makes it look like I did it. Hell, I don't even know if you believe what I'm saying. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
All right, so if your intent was to go there and to find this gun, then why do you look so confused when you first arrived?
Honestly, that's what I'm still confused about. Because I went to reach for the spare key, it wasn't there. So I thought I'd try the door anyway, and to my surprise, it was already unlocked.
So who do you think could have taken that spare key?
Honestly, I have no clue.
That's Janice.
No, it wasn't me, and it definitely wasn't Rebecca, because she has her own keys to the house, so I don't know. And I don't know why they would have left the door unlocked. That doesn't make any sense either. But what I do know is that it's obvious that somebody was there before me. They took the spare key, and they went through the front door.
All right. Well, Charles, we're going to give you a break, all right? You can step out of here for now, okay?
Okay.
Hey, I think that went well. It's quite a story, though. You know, I'm still not sure who to believe at this point in time. That being said, he did hit the nail on the head. Someone was absolutely there before him, and we know exactly who that was. Now we got both Janice and Charles saying they arrived at the house that morning, and both claim they found Daniel already dead. Yeah, I am not too sure I buy that. Now, I can see Charles's possible motivation for killing Daniel, but Janice's is a little unclear. I mean, maybe she was triggered by seeing another woman she knew dealing with a similar type of abuse that she experienced? I don't know. Well, regardless, we gotta move forward. I want to hear more from Janice. I'll grab her now. We'll be back up in just a sec.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So look, Janice, I just want to explore your relationship with Emma a bit more with you, if that's okay.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her, so yeah, I just want to, I guess, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
So you were aware that they had some pretty bad arguments?
Yes, I was aware of that.
But you were not aware of any actual physical abuse?
No, sir.
Now, you met Daniel a few times, so I'm wondering, do you think that he seems like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
Like you just said, I only met him a few times, so I don't think I would be the best judge of his character.
Well, you know, just in the limited interactions that you had with him, does he seem like the kind of guy that would be capable of physically striking a woman?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
All right, well, Janice, we are going to take a real short break. It'd be great if you can use this time to maybe think about your encounters with Daniel and see if you can maybe come up with a more concrete answer, because I would appreciate that.
Sure. But I don't know what else there is to think about.
Well, just Try it. That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Janice.
Well, she does seem to have all the right answers, doesn't she? But there's gotta be some flaws. It just all seems a bit too perfect. There's gotta be more to this than what she's telling us. Alright, let's take some time here. Look through everything you got, see if there's any contradictory evidence we can use to prove this statement of hers is full of shit. Hopefully you can find something good. Give me a call when you got something, alright? Bye.
Okay. There's this, and then this, and then this. Only 2 pieces. Okay. I'm gonna rewatch again just to be sure I don't fall into some sort of trap. Janice 3.
Okay. Explore your relationship with Emma a bit more with you, if that's okay.
Sure. What more would you like to know?
Well, you mentioned having a positive relationship with her, so yeah, I just want to, get a better understanding of what that relationship looks like.
Well, like I told you before, Emma's always treated me nicely. And we talk from time to time so we get to know each other a little bit. She looks out for me, I look out for her. She's never judged me whatsoever, and I think that speaks a lot to her character. She's a very good person, and I'm really glad I got to know her.
Now, would you say that she trusts you?
To a certain extent, yes, I would say that.
Now, were you aware of the physical abuse that she had experienced? Did she trust you enough to share that information?
No. I knew they had some arguments. Sounded pretty bad, too. It was loud enough you could hear it next door. But, I wasn't aware of any actual physical abuse.
Aware of a physical abuse? Are you sure? It's in the... One of the 2 is correct. Okay, so this one is correct, but not this. She got in. Her own testimony then. Emma's testimony, guess.
Hey. Well, there you go. That is great. Perfect. I'll share what Emma said earlier in her previous statement. Good catch. Now, what she said definitely doesn't match up with Janice's presentation of the facts. I'll grab the text message records as well. There's no way Janice can argue with that. All right, let me grab what I need and get back in there. Thanks.
All right, this is another continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I want to make sure that I got this right. Now, you are not aware of any physical abuse that Emma has experienced. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, see, that is a problem. Because, see, Emma has stated the complete opposite.
What did Emma say?
Well, in her earlier statement, Emma said that you had texted her the night that her and Daniel had that pretty bad argument, the night that he had reportedly assaulted her. She said that you had texted her asking her if everything was okay. Now, does that ring any bells?
Well,
But that's the same argument.
correct, sir.
I didn't know that she said
Now,
that,
she
but
said
yeah,
she
it was backed
had
up with
texted
the.
you back
I got the
later
law.
that night, telling you exactly what had happened. Does that also sound familiar to you?
Well, yes, that's also correct, but I don't remember if she told me that he actually physically assaulted her.
So you don't remember her texting you that detail?
No, not that I recall.
That's interesting. That is very, very interesting. So, Janice, look, I want you to take a look at these records right here. I want you to look at the message that's highlighted there. Now, that is a text message that Emma had sent to you the evening of September 9th. Now, she clearly texted, and I quote, "He threw me to the ground, hurt me pretty bad, at the hospital now." Now, there is no mixed messaging there. I find it very hard to believe that someone would forget such a major detail. Now, Janice, did you lie to me again?
No, sir. I just didn't recall.
You didn't recall.
Okay, I may have misstated the facts.
Janice, that is a very eloquent way of telling me that you lied. Now, Janice, why did you lie to me again?
Why did I lie? Again, sir, look at the optics. Someone with my background is seen entering the house the same day that Daniel's body is found shot to death. You know why I lied. And don't take this personally, but I don't trust law enforcement. I know I'm an easy target. I'm just doing the best I can to stay out of prison, sir. Look, you want to know what the truth is?
Yes, Janice, that is literally the only thing I want to know.
Good. Because the truth is that none of us would be in this mess if law enforcement had actually done their job and protected Emma when she first reported the abuse. She did all she could. She went to the police. She told them everything that Daniel had done to her. She even had her daughter as a witness. That man should already be locked up. That man physically assaulted her, and you guys let him go on his merry way. That's not okay. You know it, and I know it, that that's not okay.
Look, Janice, I hear you. Okay, I hear you. And yeah, maybe we could have handled things differently. I don't know. Okay, but regardless, we can't live in the past, right? I mean, all that we can do is to make sure that we do the right thing right now in this moment. That's literally all that we can do. So Janice, let me ask you again, okay? Were you aware that Daniel had physically assaulted Emma?
Yes, sir, I was aware.
And your only confirmation of this were the text messages between you and Emma, is that correct?
That and the fact that she went to the hospital with a dislocated elbow. Not sure I'd need any more proof than that.
But you didn't actually see Daniel physically assault her, correct?
No. What kind of question is that? I mean, what man do you know is going to strike a woman in front of other people? Guys like that do their business behind closed doors. Trust me, I know.
Fair enough. Now, I am curious, and Janice, please be honest. Do you think that Daniel deserved to be killed for his actions?
No. Punished, yes, but not killed. Are we almost done, officer?
For now. Yes, for now. Now, I do need to get some other people in here, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But yeah, Janice, you can step out of here for now, okay? Let's go.
Okay, so we're gonna have one final round with Rebecca.
Alright, so we know for sure that Janice was aware of the physical abuse. We know she was the first person seen on camera entering the house, and we know that she and Emma have a relationship in which both of them look out for one another. Now, what we don't know for sure is if Daniel was indeed already dead by the time she entered the house. And at this moment, there really is no way to prove or disprove Daniel's status at that time. It's clear that these people are still lying to us. There's still too many holes and things that just make no sense. Alright, let's get Rebecca back in here for another round. I got a few more questions for her. Hang tight.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to go back to the day of Daniel's death.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said that you were at your dad's house the entire day that Daniel was killed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the only thing to corroborate this are these text messages between you and a coworker in which you asked them to cover your shift for that day. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's also correct.
So see, the problem here is that those text messages do not necessarily prove that you were at your dad's house that day. In fact, all they prove is that you didn't go to work that day. Now, as to your exact whereabouts on that day, well, that is yet to be proven, right? All I've got to go on is your words. Now, would you say that that is a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess. I can see where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't really have any reason to lie either.
Now, that very well may be true, but my job is to question everything. I can't base things off of just words alone. I need facts, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So, is there anyone that may have seen you either enter or leave your dad's house on that day?
I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way for me to tell if somebody had seen me on that day. It's possible, but...
But your dad, he can account for your time later that day, right? In the evening?
Yeah, he can.
All right, so according to you, the only person who can account for your whereabouts on that day is your dad, but that's only in the evening. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Rebecca, did you go to Daniel's house the day that he was killed?
No. I already told you I was at my dad's house the entire day.
I am aware that that's what you told me. But again, without any concrete proof, I can't just go based off of your words.
Do you have access to their security cam?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so is that not proof? The security cam has a sensor. Anytime anybody gets within a few feet of it, it triggers. So it's quite literally impossible to enter the house without being recorded.
Not true, the back door.
So are you able to check those recordings? Have you checked them?
Yes, we have gone through all of those recordings, yeah.
And did you see me enter the house?
As a matter of fact, no, we did not.
Well then, there you go. I don't know what more you want.
But see, Rebecca, you didn't necessarily need to go through the front door. You could have gone through the rear door. Now, to my knowledge, the rear entrance does not have any sort of security cam of any kind. So, in theory, you, or anyone else for that matter, could have gone through there. Isn't that a possibility?
No, actually, it's not. No. The rear door is always kept locked, and on top of that, I don't have a house key. So whenever I need to enter the house, I use a spare key. And if I have to use the spare key, I have to go get it. In turn, I would trigger the security cam, and I would be recorded. I'd be on those.
Oh,
recordings.
so that's our angle. Okay.
Now, in regards to these recordings, I did notice that you guys have a keypad on that front door. So you don't have a code for that either?
No, that's been broken since I've moved in.
All right, so since you don't have a key, and that rear door is always kept locked, and that keypad is broken, then there would have been no way for you to enter that house on that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Not unless I use the spare key.
All right, fair enough. Okay, Rebecca, we are going to take a short break. You just wait here, all right? And I'll be back in just a few. All right.
Well, yet again, I feel like we're not getting the whole truth here. Her not having an alibi is definitely a red flag. I know we brought her in here as a witness, but I'm thinking we may have to bump her up to a suspect. The abuse she witnessed could be enough to give her a motive. Possibly. All right, let's see if you can work your magic and find some contradictory evidence here. I want to squeeze every ounce of truth out of her. You give me a call when you got something solid. Talk soon.
Okay. So, they want me to find 2 pieces of contradictory evidence for the most recent interview. The rear door has been left open. That's a fact. But what else? I'm going to say the police report. Okay, I'm gonna try something. It's the crime scene photo and the police report. They state that the rear door's been left open. Somebody opened the door. One of the 2 is correct. Let's see, which one is it? It's the photo. So the photo's correct. Suspected that much, but I need something else. If it's the cell phone having no entry on the day of the murder, this is odd. No. So it's got to be a statement. Charles said something.
Hey. Yes. I knew you'd find exactly what we needed. Now, I do feel kind of silly not remembering the rear door being open, but that's why 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, right? Good stuff, good stuff. Right, with that photo, And Charles's statement, we definitely have enough to back her into a corner. Let's see how she responds.
I mean, if that was only that mean the
All right.
police, the police report would have been there as well. They reported it. I don't understand why they needed Charles' testimony. I didn't remember what he said.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, I know we discussed you not having a way of entering that house without being seen, but I do want to revisit that rear door possibility. So let's hypothetically say that if someone were to leave the rear door open for some rare reason, then in theory, you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess in that very rare and specific scenario, it's possible. Sure.
All right, now I want you to take a look at this photo right here, and you tell me, what is it that you notice?
The rear door is left open? Is that what you want me to notice?
Correct. Now, this photo was taken from the crime scene, which means that someone left that door open. So this very rare and specific scenario is actually a fact. Now, we found that rear door unlocked and ajar. Okay, so now with this knowledge, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess given what you've just shown me, yeah, sure, it's possible, but that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't go to the house that day, and I feel like I'm just repeating the same thing over and over.
And why should I believe you?
Look, am I a suspect here? Because you're treating me as if I actually had something to do with this.
No, Rebecca, I am treating you like someone who may have something to hide, because you have indeed hidden information from me. In fact, I might go so far to say that you have straight up lied to me, Rebecca.
What are you even talking about?
Look, when I talked to your dad earlier today, he told me that you have your own set of keys to Daniel's house. But then you told me that you don't have keys to Daniel's house. So you see, either you or your dad...
One of them is lying.
Okay, yes, I do have keys to Daniel's house, but that doesn't mean that I was there.
Now, why did you lie to me? All right? Lying to me is only going to make things worse, and you know that.
I don't know. I guess I didn't want you to be suspicious of me.
Well, that obviously did not work out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't.
All right, so now knowing that you do actually have keys to the house, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door whether it was left open or not. Is that correct?
Yes, technically, that is correct. But look, I know that I lied to you about not having keys, but I swear I'm not lying about when I say that I didn't go to the house that day.
All right, well, let's assume that you are telling the truth, okay, and that you did not go to the house that day. Can you think of any reason as to why that door would have been left open, especially when you said that the rear door is never left unlocked? So why is it that on this specific day, that door was left open?
I don't know. Maybe Daniel left it open for some weird reason. That's all I can think of, because I don't know. I honestly just don't know.
All right, Rebecca, let's put a pause on this conversation, okay? Mm-hmm. You can step out of here for now.
Sure.
Hey, so you think she's telling the whole truth now? I feel like we got more out of her, and maybe she's being honest, but I still don't know. We still don't have the complete picture, which means technically anything is possible.
Yeah.
Alright, we've made some good progress so far, but it's time to really grind this out and get to the bottom of this case. I want to bring all 4 of them back in here for one more round of questioning. The gloves are coming off this time. Alright, let's get to it. I'll start with Janice. Let's see what more we can get out of her. I'll be back with her in just a sec.
Janice
All right.
first.
Bye.
Okay, interesting.
This is a continuation with Janice Burks. So, Janice, I just want to revisit our discussion regarding your relationship with Emma.
Sure.
Now, there seems to be a lot of trust between the two of you. It seems that she confides in you quite a bit. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Now, see, I'm finding it hard to believe that that level of trust can be built between two people that are simply just neighbors, especially considering the fact that the two of you haven't even been neighbors for all that long. Hell, I've got neighbors on my street that I've seen for years, right? And I still don't know their names.
I don't know what to tell you, sir. Our relationship is what it is.
So are you this close with all of your neighbors?
No. I already told you what my relationship was like with most of my neighbors. They keep to themselves and I do the same.
But not with Emma.
No, because Emma actually treats me like a decent human being.
So would you say that you're somewhat of a protector as it pertains to Emma? I mean, you did mention that you look out for her, right?
Yes, I do look out for her, but I wouldn't go as far as saying I'm her protector. But yes, I do look out for her.
Now, Janice, we both know that you are capable of taking a human being's life. That's already been proven, right?
That was a really long time ago, sir. And you know why I did that, so don't you dare try to make it seem like I'm some sort of monster.
No, Janice, I don't think that you're a monster. Come on, I don't think that. But with your track record, your desire to look out for Emma, and your knowledge of the abuse that she experienced, I mean, one could easily say that you may have very well had a hand in this murder.
This is bullshit. I knew you would use my past as some sort of justification for killing this man. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess it's my fault for being so damn stupid. Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, but I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you didn't kill him? Why should I believe someone that already has a proven track record for disregarding the law? Why should I believe you?
Look, the truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know. It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
Were you able to make out any sort of identification? Race, sex, body type, anything?
Not really. The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Okay, so you saw a male fleeing through the backyard.
That is correct, sir.
And that's the only thing that you know for sure?
That's all I can remember, sir.
All right, Janice, let's put a quick pause on this conversation.
Sure.
All right.
Well, things just got very interesting, didn't they? This is, of course, assuming she's telling the truth about seeing someone flee through the backyard. Now, it is consistent with the crime scene photos showing the back door slightly open. It would also give an explanation as to why it was left open. Maybe they were trying to get the heck out of there as fast as possible when they heard Janice come in. But again, this is assuming she's telling the truth. Even if she's being honest, it's pretty odd that she can positively state it was a male that she saw, but yet she can't make out any other details? Did that strike you as odd? Or maybe I'm overthinking it. What do you think? You think she's telling the truth about that? You think it was a man that she saw, or you think she's got something more that she's hiding? I'll head back in once I get your take on this. Let me know what you think, alright? Talk soon.
Is Janice telling the truth about seeing a man flee? Okay, yeah. I want to say yes. It tracks. Oh!
Hey. Alright, you think she's telling the truth? Fair enough. Like I said, I may have been overthinking it. Okay, let me get back in there.
So that was a lie. Huh.
Okay, this is a continuation with Janice Burks. So Janice, you saw a man fleeing the house through the backyard when you had entered, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you can't remember anything else about this person? Nothing at all?
I was trying to remember more when you stepped out, but I really can't. That's all I've got. I'm sorry I can't recall more.
No, that's all right. I mean, given the fact that we know it was a male, that at least gives us something to work with. So, are there any guys that you know that would have a reason to kill Daniel? Any guys that maybe he had some disagreements or fights with or anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
And what about Charles, Emma's ex? Do you think that he could possibly fit the description of the guy that you saw?
Well, I never met him, so I guess it's possible.
So why did you not disclose this information earlier, right? We had already talked about you obstructing the investigation, Janice.
Well, look, I wasn't trying to get somebody else in trouble. I'm not the detective. Or when you guys were trying to make it seem like I had something to do with it, well, that's when I have to look after myself. And I know for sure I had nothing to do with it. And yes, for sure, there was someone fleeing that house. Whether or not they had something to do with it, well, that's for you guys to figure out.
So that's it. No more hiding the truth. No more obstruction.
No, sir, that is everything.
All right. Well, in that case, Janice, is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to take a final break. Right, we're almost done today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I don't think we're going to get any more out of Janice. We're going to have to take what we've got and put the pieces together ourselves. Let's keep moving forward, okay? Given this newfound information, I want to bring Rebecca back in here. I've got some new questions for her. Let's see what she has to say. Hang tight while I go get her. We'll be back up soon. Alright, bye.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, some new information has come up, so we do need to revisit a few items and see if we can get some answers. Now, I have reason to believe that the morning of Daniel's death, somebody was seen fleeing the crime scene through the backyard.
Do you know who this person was?
Well, at the moment, no, I do not. But with the process of elimination, I'm sure that I can make a pretty decent educated guess. So let's look at the facts, okay? Now, with the security cam footage that we currently have, we know that both your dad, as well as your neighbor Janice, were seen entering and leaving the house that morning through the front door.
My dad and Janice?
That is correct. They were both seen entering the house that morning. Now, does that surprise you?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it surprises me too, actually. So see, now this means that the only two people whose time we cannot account for at all are both you and your mom. And since we know that that rear door was left open, well, it does make sense that, someone fled in such a hurry that they just didn't have time to shut it. Now, this also means that if this person entered and left through the back, well, then there would be no record of them. So you see, someone who is smart, who knows the layout, also knows that that front door has that security camera, well, they would simply go through the back completely undetected. And since we know that both you and your mom have keys to the house, well, then it is possible that the person that was seen fleeing was one of you two. Now, here's my guess. My guess is that either one of you or your mom, opened up that back door with your key, you entered, killed Daniel, and then you get startled when you hear someone at that front door. You flee in such a hurry that you have no time to properly shut and lock that door.
That's assuming if someone was actually seen fleeing. Have you ever, considered that maybe the person who told you that is lying?
Yes. Of course, sure. But, see, in this scenario, it does give us an answer as to why the crime scene was found in the state that it was. And if we go off of this scenario, well, then I would have to assume that either you or your mom killed Daniel.
That's literally insane. That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
So why don't you tell me? What do you think happened? Who was that person that was seen fleeing?
But first of all, we don't even know if somebody was actually seen fleeing. And even if there was, it quite literally could have been anybody.
Really? It could have been anybody?
Yeah, really anybody. Look, what I don't think you know is that Daniel was a pretty big drinker. He would hit up the bars in town with his friends. And sometimes they would wind up back at the house late in the evening, and they would just drink until morning. I mean, hell, he would even bring strangers home. Literally guys that he had met at the bars that night. He loved to flash his cash around and just be the center of attention. So yeah, it really could have been anybody that killed Daniel and was seen fleeing. But that's if that's what really happened. And also, you're saying that because my mom and I have keys, then we're the ones who most likely entered through the back door? Have you ever considered that maybe Daniel or one of his friends left the back door open? I mean, you said that you have camera footage of my dad and Janice. Do you also have security cam footage of Daniel? Because if he entered through the front door that night, wouldn't he have triggered the camera too?
Well, as a matter of fact, no. We do not have any security cam footage of entering through the front door that evening. We don't.
Okay. Well, there you go. Probably entered through the back door, left it open, and just forgot about it. The back door being left open quite literally means nothing. And it certainly is not something that should be used to make it seem like my mom or I killed Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. That's insane.
Well, yeah, him going through the back is certainly possible. Okay, I can't argue with that. And to be honest, I was not aware of Daniel's drinking and social habits.
I mean, not many people were. He was really good at making it look like he was a good guy.
So if I were to go around town and check out some of these bars and talk to the employees, they would be able to corroborate all of this, right? I mean, seeing as though you make it seem like it's a regular occurrence.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Well, that is interesting. It's very, very interesting. All right, let's let this stew for a bit. All right, we'll take a short break, okay? You hang here and I will be back in just a few.
Okay, I like this story. It takes longer than expected.
Well, this just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? This case is literally all over the place. It's hard to gauge whether she's telling the truth or not. And to be honest, with the amount of alcohol we found at the crime scene, it is possible that there was at least one other person drinking with him. And she's right. The security cam never triggered that night. There's no recording. It's very possible that Daniel was the one that left that rear door open. Regardless, we need to nail her on something here. My gut's telling me that she is not being completely honest with us. See what you can find and get back to me. There's gotta be something. Alright, thanks.
Open your inventory, select the contradictory evidence. Well, there's Danielle's. 0 out of 2. The autopsy report said he was taking sleeping pills. Zero out of 2. Oh, Emma's testimony is 1. Okay. Emma and Janice.
Hey. Yes, great catch, my friend, great catch. These statements definitely contradict and most likely debunk her whole story about his drinking, because either both Janice and Emma are lying, or only she is. The latter seems more likely. Let me get back in there and get some answers. Oh, good stuff. All right, talk soon.
Shit.
Bye.
This is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So, Rebecca, I want to explore your theory a bit more. Mm-hmm. Now, according to you, Daniel was a big drinker. And he had some people over, they got drunk, they partied till the morning hours, and then someone there shot him. And that's who was seen fleeing the crime scene. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. But again, that's only assuming if someone really was seen fleeing, which we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's a total possibility.
Well, see, I find it funny that you would know that he had been drinking that night because, well, it's the truth, actually. He had been drinking pretty excessively. But see, I never brought that up with you.
Well, you didn't really need to. I mean, like I said, it was a possibility, and it was kind of his regular routine. So I'm not shocked.
Well, I guess what's odd about your theory of him drinking that night is that both your mom and your neighbor Janice had completely different things to say about his so-called regular behavior.
Like what?
Well, according to Janice, she stated that your household was pretty quiet most of the time. In fact, she could not recall any moments of any parties or any loud behavior, things that I would normally associate with a bunch of intoxicated people at odd hours of the night, especially if this was a regular occurrence.
Okay, and so you just believe her?
And why should I not believe her?
I don't know. But you're believing what she's saying at face value, and you're questioning me as if I'm the one who's lying here.
That's fair. That is fair. But see, I also have a contradictory statement from your mom as well. Now see, your mom, she stated that Daniel hardly ever drank. In fact, your mom could not remember the last time that she saw him have a drink. So what, is your mom also lying?
Okay, so maybe Daniel didn't drink all the time per se, okay? Okay, but listen, I swear I have seen him drink a few times while I've been living there, okay? And every single time, it was when he was really stressed and he would always get completely hammered. I mean, he was obviously in a very stressful situation, given the fact that my mom was filing a police report against him, and he was put on leave from his job. So it would make sense that he would be drinking and maybe invite some friends over, okay? Like, I don't know, it made sense.
So why did you exaggerate Daniel's drinking?
I don't know. I don't know, I guess I just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't Mr. Perfect like everybody thought he was.
Yeah, see, I still find it strange that you would assume that he had been drinking, when even you have now, stated that he didn't even drink all that often.
I didn't assume. Like I said, it was a possibility. Given the situation, it made sense.
All right, so just to be very clear, your theory of Daniel drinking that night is simply just a theory. This isn't actual first-hand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is just a possibility of what could have happened that night.
All right, well, I guess there isn't that much more to cover. So look, is there anything else that you need to tell me? Anything important you feel I should know?
No, not that I can think of.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, well, Rebecca, we are almost done for the day, okay? So I just need you to hang here at the station for a little while longer, all right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, we'll give you a break for now. Thank you.
Now her testimony is getting to be sus by the minute.
Well, her theory about Daniel drinking that night is a little too spot on. It doesn't necessarily mean she's lying, but I'm not sure we should take it at face value either. I think it's time we bring Emma back in here since she has no alibi for that morning either. We need to know if that person fleeing was her or not. Let me get her in here and see what I can do. Talk soon. Bye.
All right, this is a continuation with Emma Richardson. Now, look, Emma, we're just going to jump right into things here. We've been here for quite a while today, and I have listened to a lot of different statements, some truthful, some not so truthful. Either way, though, I am starting to come to some conclusions, but there are still some things that I do need to clear up, especially as it pertains to you.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
All right, well, first things first, I do want to acknowledge that we may not have handled your initial police report as best as we could have.
I'm glad you see it that way too.
I do. But unfortunately, it does give you more of a reason to kill Daniel. Now, perhaps you took matters into your own hands because you didn't get the expected results from law enforcement. Now, is that maybe what happened?
We've already gone over this. The answer is absolutely not.
Look, Emma, if everything that you filed in that police report is accurate, all right, I want you to know that I understand that you are also a victim in this whole situation, okay? I understand that. But see, when I zoom out and I look at the bigger picture, I can't help but have my doubts that you weren't somehow involved.
I've already told you the truth. I was at that motel the entire day. I never got anywhere near that house the day Daniel was killed.
Yes, you have told me that. But see, without anyone that can corroborate your story, yeah, I do have my suspicions. Emma, you have the biggest motive and justification for killing Daniel. You really do. I mean, after what he supposedly did to you, and then you go to the police and then you see that nothing comes of it, yes, I can see why you would take matters into your own hands, okay? I would understand that. Hell, a lot of people in your situation would do the exact same thing, Emma.
He didn't supposedly do anything to me. He assaulted me, and then he threatened to kill me. Those aren't supposed theories. Those are facts. They actually happened. So please be more respectful with how you choose your words, because how you're framing it right now is not okay.
You're right. You're right. And I am sorry. That was a very poor choice of words on my part. I am sorry. But look, it still does not change the fact that you benefit the most from Daniel's death, now does it?
I'm not going to answer that. We've already been through this. And my answer isn't going to change no matter how many different ways you ask me that question.
So, despite the fact that you have such a clear and strong motive, I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you don't have an alibi? I'm just simply supposed to take the word of the person who benefits the most in this situation when they have absolutely nothing to prove that they weren't somehow involved? And let's also look at the fact that you were the one best suited to avoid that front security camera, right? You know it's there, and you know how it triggers its recordings. Emma, you could have easily gone around the back, killed Daniel, and then left. I mean, what is there to say that that did not happen?
Because it didn't. Okay. Why is it so hard for you to believe the truth? Why is it so hard?
Emma, because I don't know the truth. Okay, that's why. And until I know the truth, yes, I am absolutely going to question everything. And right now, you are telling me that I should believe you because you say it's the truth? Well, look, Emma, I have got news for you. Everybody that sits in that chair seems to always be telling me the truth. And I mean always. I literally get nothing but the truth until it isn't.
Look, I can understand from your perspective why you would doubt what I'm telling you. But I swear, I was at that motel the entire day. I only left early to grab breakfast. That was it. Look, I know there's nothing that can prove that I was at that motel, but there's also nothing that can prove that I wasn't. And I am telling you the truth. I swear.
All right, Emma, you know what? You are right. We are just going around in circles here. So, look, we are going to take a quick break, all right?
Okay. Do I have to stay here?
Yes, you do, please.
Well, I'm not too sure I made any progress just now. The main thing that we gotta assess here is whether or not we think she's telling the truth about being at the motel that day. Because she's right. We have nothing to prove she was there or not. All we have is her word. This one's a pure judgment call, and honestly, I'm not sure. Once again, I'm going to trust you on this. Look things over and let me know what you think. But take your time and make sure you get this right. I have a feeling that moving forward, a lot is going to be based on how we play this.
Yeah.
All right, call me when you made up your mind. Bye.
He's about telling the truth about being at the hotel the day of the murder. I mean, there's 3 person who says the same thing. Truth Seeker, number 6.
Hey. Okay, you're feeling like she's being honest. Fair enough. Like I said, I wasn't too sure myself. But I can see where you're coming from. All right, cool. Let's get back to it. Talk soon.
This is a continuation with Emma Richards. Look, Emma, I want you to know that I believe you. Okay? I believe that you were at the motel, and I believe that you didn't go anywhere near Daniel's house the day that he was killed.
Oh, good, because it's the truth.
Of course. But now we do have to take your words into consideration as we try to piece this whole thing together. So what I want to do is I want to look at the facts. All right. Now we have video footage of both Charles and Janice seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day that he was killed. Right now that obviously makes it very possible for them to have killed Daniel. But as you had mentioned, you don't think that's a possibility because, as you said, that's not the type of people that they are. Now, I don't know either of them, or I don't at least know them well, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's assume that you're right. So now, if you're right, that means that we can remove the 2 of them as suspects. And based on what you told me regarding your whereabouts the day that he was killed, well, then that means we can also remove you as a suspect. So, using the basic process of elimination, and again, based on what you've been telling me, well, it seems pretty clear that Rebecca must have killed him.
No, Rebecca had nothing to do with this.
All right, let's try to look at this objectively, okay? Because, see, after interviewing Rebecca, there were 2 things that really stood out to me.
Such as?
Well, for one, she seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking excessively that night. I can't for the life of me understand how she could possibly know that unless she had seen it with her own 2 eyes.
Yeah.
And secondly, she seemed really set on exaggerating Daniel's drinking habits, which directly contradicts what you had told me earlier about him not drinking much at all. In fact, you told me that you couldn't even remember the last time that you saw that man have a drink. But you see, according to Rebecca, he did drink every now and then. And that's why she assumed that he had been drinking that night. So you see, with such blatant contradictions, it is clear that somebody is lying to me.
Look, I may have been mistaken. I mean, he did drink every now and then. I mean, I shouldn't have said that he never drank because it wasn't actually the truth.
So you lied to me.
Again.
No, I was mistaken. Are you aware how stressful this is?
Yes, Emma, of course I am.
Then you should understand it's not easy to think clearly under these circumstances.
Okay, so Rebecca is telling the truth. So he did drink every now and then? Is that what you are now saying?
Yes, and sometimes it was quite excessively. It didn't happen often, but, you know, he did drink on occasion.
So what was his drink of choice? You know, on these occasions that he decided to get his drink on. What is it that he would drink?
I mean, he didn't have a favorite drink or anything like that. I mean, it was just whatever he felt like in the moment, I guess.
All right, well, assuming that you were telling the truth, that still changes absolutely nothing regarding Rebecca, because she's the only person whose time is completely unaccounted for. And let me tell you, Janice had stated that when she entered the house that morning, she saw someone fleeing out the backyard. And you see, Rebecca, right, just like you, she knows that the front door has a security camera, and she also has access to the rear door. So you see, Emma, she could have planned this whole thing perfectly.
But that's not what happened. I can assure you that's not what happened.
You can assure me. Okay, well then, Emma, please, go ahead, assure me. Look, Emma, somebody is getting charged with murder. Okay, that is a fact. So if you have something to say, you better say it now. Emma, either you are lying to me, and you did go to the house that day, or Rebecca is lying to me, and she went to the house that day.
Maybe neither of us is lying.
So then who was seen fleeing out the back, huh? Who could that have been?
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't either of us. Did you think about that?
Emma, there is absolutely nothing that supports any other persons of interest besides you, Rebecca, Charles, and Janice. So yes, of course I have thought about that. And Emma, no, it doesn't add up.
Look, I don't know what more you want me to say. I mean, it's like you're intentionally backing me into a corner. I'm done. I'm not going to answer any more of your questions. And now I'm requesting the opportunity to speak with an attorney, so I'm not going to answer any more of your questions.
So now you want an attorney?
Yes, I'm done.
So that's it? All right, well then I guess we're done.
Okay, can I go home now?
Not yet.
You can go home soon. Look, you don't have to answer any more questions, but if you can just please stay while I wrap up the rest of my interviews, because look, I'm almost done. If you can do that for me, I would appreciate that.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Well, shit. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of her, huh? I still don't think she's being completely honest with me. And did you see how she backpedaled on Daniel's drinking? As soon as we start to really get some pressure going, that's when she decides to lawyer up? Really? Well, I guess we're gonna have to take what we've gotten from her so far and go from there, huh? Alright, look, let's get Charles back in here and hope he's still willing to talk. I need to know what he has to say about all this. Give me a sec while I go grab him. Alright. Bye.
Okay, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I know that you've been here for quite a while today, so I'm going to do my best to get right to the point, all right?
Great, I appreciate that.
Of course. Now, after reviewing everything so far, it really does seem that either Rebecca or Emma may have had some involvement with Daniel's death.
There's no way. And I don't care how you came to that conclusion. I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that either one of them did this.
Now, Charles, I can completely understand why you would feel like that, okay? I really do. But we have to look at the facts, Charles. Now, as of right now, Rebecca and Emma are the only two people whose time is completely unaccounted for. They're also both very aware that that front door has a security camera, which could have recorded them. They also have keys to the house, so they could have entered through that rear door. But most importantly, Charles, they both have a motive.
What possibly could be Rebecca's motive?
Charles, Rebecca is aware of the abuse that her mom has experienced, okay? She went to the hospital. She saw firsthand just how badly this man hurt her own mother. Now, do you think that she wanted to see that happen again? No, of course not. So, what is the best way to make sure that that man never lays a finger on her mother again? Well, simply end his life. Problem solved.
That's ridiculous. That's your motive? Heck, you might as well consider me the one that killed him. I mean, I care about Emma. You know, I never wanted to see her get hurt like that again, and I would have done anything to protect her. So what, does that make me a killer too?
Well, possibly.
Oh my God, wow. Rebecca has her whole life in front of her. You think she's going to throw that away? And let's remember, she went with Emma to file the police report. She literally encouraged her to do so. She was trying to handle everything the right way. So your motive makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, Charles, you might be right, okay? You might. Okay, maybe Rebecca has nothing to do with this. But what about Emma? All right, let's take another look at her. Now, she's a mom. She seems to be a really good person who seems to care a lot about her daughter. Now, we know that Daniel not only threatened to kill Emma, but he also threatened to kill Rebecca. Okay, now you're a parent. Wouldn't you want to protect your child in a situation like that?
I mean, of course I would. I mean, she's my daughter too. So I'm in the same exact situation as Emma. But I'm not going to kill someone.
Well, Charles, maybe not. Okay, but the difference between you and Emma is that at least your time is somewhat accounted for because we have you on video. But let's say that Emma did not kill Daniel. All right? Well, then we got to go back to Rebecca. And if Emma, or even you for that matter, knew that Rebecca had killed Daniel, well, wouldn't you do your absolute best to protect her? Wouldn't you lie and do everything that you could to cover it up?
No, I wouldn't, and neither would Emma.
Come on, Charles. I find that very hard to believe, man.
Look, I mean, you spent time with both Rebecca and Emma today, asking them all sorts of questions. I mean, you're a detective. After spending all that time with them, do you think either one of them is capable of murder? I mean, do you believe that?
Truthfully, Charles, I don't know.
Well, regardless of what you think, the answer is no. It's a 100% no.
Well, Charles, since you seem to be so adamant about it not being Rebecca or Emma, why don't you tell me, what do you think happened?
I already told you what I think.
Well, Charles, please, refresh my memory.
I brought it up earlier today, and you seemed pretty dismissive of it then. But I still think this guy might have taken his own life. Maybe there is no actual murder.
And you believe that?
Yes, I do. I mean, he was under a lot of stress, and we know he wasn't the most mentally stable person. I mean, look what he did to Emma. Like, no sane person reacts.
We can prove that it's not suicide.
And Emma also told me he was put on leave by his firm. I mean, I'm pretty sure that whole job was his identity. That's got to be devastating. Maybe this was all too much for him to handle. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I believe suicide is exactly what happened.
Okay, Charles, fair enough.
Now, another possibility, as much as I hate to say it, is Janice may have been involved.
And why would you say that?
Look, we both know about her past. I mean, she's already killed one guy that was an abuser. And I don't want to throw any suspicion her way, but I gotta be honest. The few times that I did meet her, something seemed off. I mean, her attitude towards me seemed pretty off-putting, especially considering she hardly even knew me. I mean, it's like instinctually she had something against me because I'm a man. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like.
So, Charles, how did you get to know Janice?
Emma talked to me mostly about her. Like I said, I met her a few times in person, but we didn't chat much, mostly because she just seemed bothered by my presence. Like I said, she just seemed off.
So, Charles, is this pure speculation? Because it seems like it might be a bit more than that.
I don't know. All I'm saying is you shouldn't be so quick to dismiss Janice.
All right, well, Charles, that is noted. Look, we're going to take a short break, all right? I want to mull this over, okay?
All right.
All right.
Okay, I can actually prove it's not suicide. The gun, whose fingerprints have been wiped off, and the police report.
Okay, he's being real defensive of Rebecca and Emma. But I honestly can't blame him. I do have to admit, I can't picture either Rebecca or Emma being capable of taking someone's life. But as I told him earlier, crazier things have happened for sure. And what do you think about his Janice theory? He seemed pretty convinced that Janice may have been involved. But why bring it up now? Is it to protect himself and his family? Or is there actually some legitimacy to his theory? Well, either way, let's see if we can trip him up. To be honest, I'm pretty drained. All these interviews today are starting to blur together. Work your magic one last time. See if you can find any evidence that pokes holes in his statement. I know we gotta have something. Alright, give me a call when you got something. Talk soon.
Okay, 2 pieces of evidence. All right. Gun. Autopsy report. 1 of 2 is correct. Which one? The autopsy report is correct. So we're going for the proof it's not suicide. The wound? No. Janice's testimony? Yeah, okay.
Hey.
Hold it.
Well, shit.
Get all the
I feel
contradictions
like
in
an idiot.
achievement. Okay.
Now that you point these things out, it's pretty obvious. I really can't believe I spaced on the autopsy report. Like I said, I'm pretty wiped. I'm definitely not at 100%. Good thing I got you working with me, though, right? Look, I know I've said this before, but I really do appreciate you. I mean that. You know, I gotta say, we're a pretty damn good team. Alright, let me get back to it. Bye.
All right, this is a continuation with Charles Humphreys. Now, Charles, I want to dig right back into this, all right? I want to go over a few things that you had stated earlier, okay?
Sure.
Now, I want to revisit this theory of a possible suicide. Now, that has been mentioned a few times today, and I'm realizing that I've only shared secondhand information. So, Charles, I want you to take a look at this, all right? Now, that is an official copy of the autopsy report. Now, I want you to look at the section labeled Final Diagnosis, right there. Now, you'll see there that it states that suicide is considered highly unlikely.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a suicide. I'm still not 100% convinced, though.
Well, to be fair, Charles, you are not the person that needs to be convinced. Now, regardless, let's move on to your other theory, okay? And that being Janice and her possible involvement. Now, I have to admit, I did have some similar thoughts to you when I spoke with Janice earlier today. Now, I didn't get, any weird vibes or anything like that, but her past certainly does not do her any favors, especially in this situation. And then after hearing you mention the way that she acted when the two of you met, well, yeah, that did raise my suspicions a bit more. But see, Charles, there is a problem here.
And that is?
Well, see, according to Janice, the two of you never actually met. In fact, she claims that she doesn't know anything about you.
And you believe her?
Charles, I don't know what to believe, all right? But her statement does seem to contradict yours, so someone is lying to me. Now, she also stated that she saw someone flee the house through the back door at the exact same time that she entered the house.
So she was the person that entered the house before me, and that's why the door was unlocked?
That is correct.
Well, who did she see?
Well, see, that's the thing, all right? She wasn't able to make out who that person was, so unfortunately, that part is still a mystery. Now, Charles, there is one other thing to note here, all right? Somehow, Rebecca seemed to know that Daniel had been drinking very heavily that day, all right? Now, that is not typical behavior for Daniel, okay? At least based on what I've gathered so far. Now, she did say that this was just an assumption, all right? But I gotta say, that assumption was pretty damn accurate. I mean, hell, you were there, right? You saw all that booze. So, what do you think? Do you still believe in this Janice theory?
Yes, I do. Even more so now. I think she played you big time.
Really? And why would you say that?
Look, as you just mentioned, Janice went in the house before me. I mean, she could literally say anything she wants to clear her name. There are no witnesses. I mean, she could be lying about seeing someone flee. I mean, what proof do you have that any of this actually happened? What, Janice's word? Do you think a convicted murderer is going to tell the truth? Of course not. They're going to lie about everything. I mean, why in the world would you believe anything that she has to say? I mean, what has she done to earn your trust?
Well, honestly, nothing. But if she did kill Daniel, then why are her prints not on that gun?
She could have easily wiped the gun down and placed it in Daniel's hand. I mean, did you find anybody else's prints on the gun?
No, we did not.
Well, there you go.
All right, your theory about Janice is certainly a possibility, okay? Maybe she is lying. But see, if we go with that, then we really do need to explore all possibilities, Charles, and that includes you.
You already know that Janice went in the house before me, and you know that I have absolutely nothing to do with this.
Do I really know that, though?
Yes, you do.
See, Charles, I don't know. Okay, I don't know, because we are both aware that you are very capable of putting on a very good performance.
What are you talking about?
Charles, I am talking about that little performance that you put on for the security camera, in which you tried to make it seem like the reason that you were at Daniel's house was because you were there to pick up some of Emma's belongings. Now, what is there to say that you weren't the one that entered through the back door? I mean, you could have easily gotten the keys from either Emma or Rebecca, right? You go inside the house, okay? You kill Daniel. You're the one that wipes down that gun. You put the gun in Daniel's hand to try to make it seem like a suicide, and then that's when you hear someone at that front door. Now, in a panicked state, you flee, okay? And you're in such a rush that you forget to shut that back door. Now, here's the good part. You later come back to the house, all right? You come back to make it seem like you were there for a completely different reason. Now, you know that that front door has the security camera and it's going to record you, which is great for you because now we can account for your time. So you enter the house, you come back out with some of Emma's belongings, hence making it seem like that was the reason for your visit. So yeah, Charles, maybe you are right. Maybe Emma and Rebecca have nothing to do with this. Maybe they are simply trying to protect you. So what do you think about that theory, Charles?
I think you have an incredible imagination. And I think you'll make up whatever shit you have to close this case. That's what I think. But I am done cooperating with you. I'll speak to you again when I have an attorney. But for now, we're done.
Charles, did you kill Daniel?
No, and I told you we're done.
All right. Well, look, Charles, you don't have to answer any more questions today, okay? But you do need to stay at the station for just a little while longer, right? Now, we are almost done, and then you can go home, all right?
Whatever, that's fine.
All right.
Okay, that went somewhat well, I guess. But now we got both he and Emma wanting to lawyer up. I think we're at the end of our rope here.
Yep.
We need to make a decision. There is a lot to consider here. Many possibilities of what could have happened, but ultimately, there is only one chain of events that's correct. You've got plenty of evidence and footage to steer you in the right direction. I trust you to put the pieces together. But let's make sure we get this right. First, I want you to look things over carefully and let me know who you think committed this murder. Once we've nailed that down, we can discuss things further. All right. Take your time and get back to me. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
So it has to be one of them. Who killed Danielle Murphy? Emma, Charles, Rebecca, or Janice? All right. The thing is, I have many theories popping at the same time. I have no way to figure out who's telling the truth or not. This is way more complicated than before. All right. I'm checking the weather at the same time. I guess I'm going to have to stay and sleep here since it's still raining and it doesn't show any signs of stopping until 3 in the morning. And it's quite cold outside. So that's going to give me plenty of time to sit and think about it. Like going over all the footage. So I got Emma 1 that I got wrong. That she had more to hide, but we have no idea what it is. And then it was Janice that had more to hide, but I have no idea what it is. So I'm going to review those.
All right, Emma. We are recording. Today is September 19th. I am Detective Martin Ruiz, badge number 7621. And with me here today is Emma Richardson. So Emma,
hello, Tyler.
Go ahead and spell your...
You want to see if I got my desktop set up? Yes, I have. Everything is plugged in. The thing is, when I booted my computer, they kind of detected like my other laptop, and they wanted to ask me if I have to send data over, and apparently it didn't work. So what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna have to reinstall everything manually and get all the files that I cannot get from the internet, like transfer like via a USB key. That's not going to be an issue. The issue is the time that I have to do that, basically. So I still feel an itch to stream. Yeah, that's normal. So I still feel an itch to stream in the meantime. And there's still going to be like Death Stranding 2 that's going to come up. So basically I'm going to play small short games like this FMV game. Like I got another one that I just finished earlier that took me 3 hours. I thought this one's gonna be just as long. Nope, this one they did their homework. It's a sequel. They fixed the problem they have with the first one, and boy, how many there were. It's more elaborated. It's a very big case file. Basically, I'm doing police work. I'm reviewing testimonies, and I'm re-looking at evidence and trying to figure out who tells the truth and who lies based on body language, basically. So the other time it was quite obvious, and there were only 2 people. Now there's 4, and even a lot more evidence. And yeah, this is a case of there can only be one killer, but there may have been some accomplices. because of the first case that we had was basically there was somebody who was the mastermind, and the other one was the executive, but had no idea that what she was doing was killing that person, you know? So in that way, we only arrested one person. And and we managed to fool him easily, since he claimed that, I was on OxyContin. So that OxyContin wasn't used to overdose that old lady. And and we were like, okay, if you say you took them all, like, why did she overdose? Oh, I don't know. So it's like, okay, we're gonna call your bluff. We're gonna take a little blood test to see if you have OxyContins in your stream. That shit stays in your body for 6 weeks. So that was the bluff, because in truth, OxyContin stays in the bloodstream for a day. However, with a hair sample, it can stays like it. The way the OxyContin is excreted through the body is basically like you can see traces of OxyContin on the follicles of your hair, and that stays for 90 days. So he went, okay, we're gonna take a blood sample, see if there's OxyContin in your body. If you didn't take it, if it's negative, you're clear. But you're gonna have a lot of answer to if we found that it's a positive. So better confess, or else you're gonna be a dipshit. And he cracked. He confessed. But here we have a case of a man who used to assault her girlfriend, and now we have the ex is involved, the neighbor is involved, and the daughter is involved. The daughter of the ex, okay? So I have a feeling that it's a family that's protecting themselves, and they're making a show, and then they're blaming the neighbor, and the neighbor was on probation because she used to murder her own ex-husband because she assaulted her, and that was even hardcore. She pleaded self-defense. She went to jail for 9 months, and now she's on probation. So she's an easy target, you know? So right now, I'm trying to figure out, I'm revisiting some cases where I think I was wrong and try to look at it from another angle. This is like Phoenix Wright, but from the detective's point of view, and like it feels like a police drama if you like those things. So this is the wife, the ex-wife / girlfriend that has been abused. Her injury is real. Like, she got yanked by the arm so hard, she got a dislocated shoulder.
Your first and last name for me.
EMMARICHARDSON.
Thank you. And can you please acknowledge that?
I'm gonna skip the.
And the two of you were romantic partners. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you mind maybe elaborating a little bit more on this relationship that you two had?
Sure. What exactly would you like to know?
Well, I guess we can start with the police report that you had filed on September 10th. Now, based on what I read, it seemed that this relationship that you two had was not that pleasant, was it?
No, but at least not lately anyway.
Now, you claimed that he had grabbed you pretty forcefully, too. I mean, so much so that he dislocated your right elbow. Is that right?
Yeah, but I don't want you to think that was a norm or anything.
So that's not his normal behavior?
No, it wasn't. We had been together for 6 months at least, and I moved in with him about a month ago. He had never once laid a finger on me the entire time or shown any warning signs.
So then what exactly happened on that day? I mean, why did he have this sudden change in behavior?
He was jealous of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was Jason Anderson.
Jason Anderson. All right, and what exactly happened with Jason?
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And during that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot and he was pretty funny, so we talked and had a laugh. That was all.
Change in behavior.
He was jealous of a client of ours that we met for dinner.
And who was the client?
Just a prospective client. His name was Jason Anderson.
Ah, remember that part.
Jason Anderson. All right, and what exactly happened with Jason?
Well, Daniel had to take a call, so he stepped outside. He was out there a good amount of time, maybe 15, 20
He had to take a call, so he stepped outside. It took a good 15, 20 minutes. So that was the day of the beat up on September 9th. In the morning, in the evening. Okay, so it wasn't a text. We wouldn't see it through the text message records. But he did get a phone call, probably. And then Harry tried to text her, but that's what there was the issue. The Sanderson account would be huge for us. Yeah. Emma printed full presenter center all the materials. We're good. Okay. So that tracks.
During that time, Jason and I started talking. I mean, he talked a lot and he was pretty funny, so we talked and had a laugh. That was all. Then when Daniel returned, I think he had the wrong impression. I mean, on the ride home, he kept questioning me about what we were talking about. He wanted to know why we were so happy, and he wanted to know if I found Jason attractive. He even accused me of flirting with some guys in the office from before. Honestly, I have no idea what
So he was paranoid.
About. So has Daniel showed signs of jealousy like this in the past?
No. But, I mean, there was never a situation like this before. Anyway.
You can continue.
Well, when we got home, he didn't seem to calm down at all. We were in the kitchen at the time, and he accused me of lying, and he said he didn't believe anything I had told him. I tried to de-escalate the situation by leaving, but then he blocked me with his body and backed me into a corner. And he grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to tell him the truth. But what was I supposed to say? I already told him the truth. So then I pushed him off of me. And that's when he yanked me really hard by the arm and threw me to the floor. Oh my God, it hurt like hell. And then when I was on the ground, he kept yelling and screaming at me over and over. I mean, I can't even remember what he was saying.
Was he drinking that night?
No, the man hardly ever drank at all. I mean, I can't even remember the last time he had a drink.
Now, according to the police report, your daughter, Rebecca, she was there when this had all happened. Is that right?
Yes, she was upstairs in her room at the time, and she heard the arguing, so she came down to the kitchen to see what had happened. I mean, she asked me what happened, and I told her we had been in an argument. Then she asked me what I was doing on the floor, and I told her I had accidentally fallen.
So why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I was scared. I mean, it all happened so quickly. I couldn't even think straight.
And what happened after that?
Well, Daniel could see that I was really hurt, so he picked me up off the ground and took me to the hospital. On the ride there, he kept telling me how sorry he was. and he just kept apologizing over and over. He said he didn't know what got into him.
And you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Really?
It was a one-time thing. It was completely out of character. I didn't know what got into him. So yes, I did believe him.
All right, and what happened after that?
Well, he took me to the hospital and we checked in, and that's when I learned that my elbow was dislocated.
Okay.
Then Daniel left and Rebecca came to stay with me overnight. And then the next morning I had time to clear my mind, and I told Rebecca exactly what happened.
So you told her that he had actually hurt you?
Yeah, she wanted me to press charges with the police, but honestly, I was hesitant. I didn't want it to turn into a big thing.
But this was a big thing, was it not?
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, it was a big enough deal that you felt the need to file a police report, right?
But that was Rebecca's idea. So, yes. I was released from the hospital. We stopped and got some pain medication for my arm. And then we went to the police and filed a report. Then we went to the motel, I checked in, and Rebecca left to stay with her dad.
And her dad, that's Charles, right?
Yes, Charles.
Hello, Blue Heart. How are you doing? Are you liking this name? I thought it looked interesting. It kind of is. Like, if you like police drama, it's quite interesting. It's a new twist to a whodunit. If we're looking through interrogation files and testimonies and stuff like that, and we have a pile of evidence, it's right now I'm quite confused as to who actually done it. Like, this is a sequel to a game that was 1 hour and a half long. I managed to find the truth, and I turned it into a 3-hour run because I wanted to see all the different outcomes and endings. There are like 5 of them, and only one is the truth, but the game kind of spoils it to you by giving you a trophy before the guy confess. It says, like, after you made the decision, it's like, okay, you got ending number 2, and immediately after that, golden trophy, the truth. It's like, yo! I love looking at all the different endings. Yeah, that's rough. So yeah, it's kind of rough. It's quite interesting. And yeah, right now I'm looking at she's a victim of abuse, and the guy who did it is dead, and now she's one of the suspects. But she acts like, you know, one of those abuser victim. Like, oh no, I didn't want to make a police report. That was my daughter's idea. Oh no, that guy is not that bad. I mean, it's not a big of a deal. I got an elbow dislocated, but it could have been worse, you know? Yeah, it's so I don't know if this is an act or if she's sincere about it. The next day, yes. And the next day, she went to an hotel room and she claims she never left the hotel except for maybe getting out to get a bite to eat, or from other people to get them dinner for her. So other than that, we have no other account. Like, she says she stayed at the hotel the whole time, but for some reason we cannot even check with the hotel to see if that's true, or if did she really. We only prove that she booked the hotel, but we have no idea if she stayed there, you know. Yeah, it's not a good enough alibi. And we have a security footage right after that, because there's a security footage from the front door but not from the back. So I have an idea what the killer did as an escape route. So like, the guy was drunk, he called an Uber to get home, but he went through the rear door to get some drinks, and then maybe he took some sleeping pills. I don't know. So he has a mix of alcohol and sleeping pills in his bloodstream. But I believe the sleeping pills have been given by the killer, so he wouldn't wake up when he's gonna be like shot to the kidney, you know. And then the gun was, the fingerprints were wiped, put on the guy's right hand, make it look like suicide, you know. And then there was a rustle at the front door. The neighbor said that she heard a gunshot, so probably the killer heard the neighbor come in, flee through the back door, and as she entered, she claimed that she saw a silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? No, it's true. She really said, I kind of look like a man, but she couldn't idea the person who left through the rear door. So there's only one male suspect among the four. So it's kind of a mixing pot. Like everybody is pointing at everybody else. Like the ex-husband points at the neighbor because the neighbor, she was also arrested because get this, that woman, she went for prison for 9 years because she killed her ex-husband because he was from domestic abuse herself. Apparently it was heavy stuff. She managed to get it for self-defense. She got 9 years. Now she's on parole. So from her point of view, her defense is like I'm gonna mess while I'm probation. Like I'm gonna do something like that while I'm probation. Everybody's looking at me weird. Everybody's giving me the weird look. Emma, she's the only person who treated her like a decent human being. And she was caring, and like we're besties. So like they have a real relationship with the neighbor. But it's been proven on tape that she would lie for her. Like Janice lied for Emma. So maybe she did kill her, you know? So I got vigilante justice type suspicions for her then. Kinda, yeah. So I want to say that the neighbor is protecting her, or it's the daughter that did it for her sake while she was at the hotel. And the father / ex-husband would be there, you know, to cover the tracks. So I have a feeling that it's a family conspiracy. Character sounds very well developed. Yeah.
So was Charles aware of the assault that had happened?
Yes, I told him that night.
So I can
Was
get another
anyone else
angle.
besides Charles and your daughter Rebecca aware of the assault?
So this happened live.
The only other person
So there was
was
two
looking for
camera film at
Janice.
the same time, and that was,
She
they
must
recorded
have
as such. I can flip between the
The
cameras
screaming.
if I want to
she
see
texted
a
to
reaction.
see if everything was okay. I wrote her back that same night and told her exactly what happened.
Now, are you and your neighbor really close? Because, and this could just be a me thing, but that seems kind of a strange thing to tell a neighbor.
Sure, somewhat, I guess. I mean, we look out for each other, you know, as neighbors are supposed to.
Yeah.
Now, I'm wondering, do you think that maybe one of those three would have a reason to kill Daniel? I mean, considering they now know how abusive he can be, I mean, maybe that was enough to push them over, you know, the limit to maybe take matters into their own hands?
Absolutely not.
But I have
What
a
about
feeling
you?
this is for flavor
Is that enough
only.
of a reason for you to kill Daniel? Maybe make sure that he never...
Because the only reason why I want that angle is to look at the policeman or look at the feet to see if there's something on the body language. But so far I found nothing. More of the tell of lie are on the face,
You again?
Absolutely not.
which is
No.
camera B.
Like I said, it was a one-time thing. It wasn't that severe.
Wasn't that severe. Emma, I'm staring at you and you have a dislocated elbow. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that is pretty damn severe.
Look, the guy got jealous, okay? I mean, he'd been under a lot of pressure at work, and he was in a shitty mood. I mean, he made a really poor decision that he immediately regretted. Is it okay that he broke an arm?
I'm hoping different
Of course
characters
not.
start moving their feet, never say eventually.
But we can't change the past.
I was hoping for that too, but sometimes
I
they
do believe he was
hide their
suicidal.
feet underneath the chair. I cannot see them. Or they put it straight
Okay,
underneath the table.
fair enough. So Emma, is there anything else that you feel that I
There's not much
should
room,
know
you
about
see.
this whole situation?
None that I can think of.
All right, we're gonna take a little break.
All right. So the 4 are the security camera. This was on the day before the murder, but after the assault. So this is the victim right there, leaving his house to go for work. Here comes the ex-husband.
Hey, asshole. You like to hit women, huh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, no,
Get your hands off
me.
me.
I know what you did, Emma.
Look, I don't know what she told you, but I didn't lay a finger on her.
Oh, shut up and cut that shit. I know what you did. If you ever do that again, I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Do you understand me?
man.
No, whatever. I will hit you. You got that? I will fucking hit you. You want to hit somebody? Hit me. Come on, hit me. That's what I thought, tough guy. Piece of shit.
Yeah, but you can tell that he did that to scare him. Like, that was not literal dread. Like, that would make him so obvious. That was a red herring right there. You know? So, I will end you. So, this is when she left for the hotel. There's the neighbor coming in.
I'm really worried about you. Are you leaving?
She was on there jogging and like, wait, what are you doing with that?
Are you alright?
We can talk later. I gotta go.
Are you sure? Just tell me now. Just have
Look, I said we can talk later. I gotta go.
Okay, I got you. You go ahead. I'll get the suitcase.
Okay.
Would a neighbor do that for you? I don't know how much you know your neighbors, what kind of relationship we have with them, but yeah, that's nice. This nice day she has a friend like that, and this is the moment when she claims she heard a gunshot. So yeah, she knocked on the door. So that's how the killer says, "Oh, somebody's at the door. I gotta get the fuck out." The crime scene is the bedroom on the second floor. So yeah, she took the spare key from the flower pot and unlocked the door. She got in. She claims she saw the guy on the rear door leaving. And then 1 minute passed. And she leaves. But she forgot to unlock the door. They locked the door back and she took the spare key with her. She took the spare key with her and the door was left unlocked. So there. She was so really calm leaving. Well, imagine that when she got there, she claimed that she was looking around the house to see what the trouble was, and she found the body, and she panicked, and then she left. So apparently she left with shocked. But I don't know if 1 minute is enough to kill a guy, make it look like murder, and then leave nonchalantly, you know? I think you're gonna need more time than that. Because the guy was on sleeping pills as well. It's too short of a time. Like, I totally believe her testimony when she said she got in, looked for something, and stuff like that. This guy, whatever, this guy made a total mise en scène. He was aware of the security camera. He wanted to come back to the house, so like he go for the spare key. It's not there. That's not acting. He's looked for the other thing. Doesn't know where the thing is. Looks for the key under the rug, maybe. No. Door's unlocked. What the? Okay, so the door is left unlocked. Goes in like this. Goes there for 3 minutes. 3 minutes and a half. And he comes back with a bag of Emma's belonging, pretending, she said that she wanted me to get some stuff from her. But that was a lie. Because according to Emma's testimony, the last time she saw him was when he gave her dinner. And he gave her dinner and nothing else. So that was like he was aware that he was being filmed, so I have to make up an excuse. Oh, I was there to pick some Emma stuff, and that's it. But then, that happened after the neighbor. Look at the time, 9:31. And she was there at 9 sharp. So half an hour passed between those two encounters. They didn't see each other. So there we have all the other testimony. And as for the evidence, we have the body. The blood stain suggests that he was killed on the bed. Because if he was killed standing up, splattered. But he only is leaked on one side, and on the side that he was shot. So my guess is he was sleeping on the bed, and then he was shot, then he woke up, and then he got blood on his right hand. So yeah, the gun looks new, but apparently it was registered to him. That was his gun. Apparently one time he was drunk, he once threatened people with the gun, but it was not loaded or anything, but still, like, some crazy shit when you drink. But he's not a heavy drinker. However, a lot of bottle. 4 bottles of beer, 1 bottle of wine, 1 bottle of gin or whiskey or liquor, hard liquor. 1 more bottle in the living room along with takeout food. The rear door is open. And then we have the incident report for the domestic dispute violence. That was made once at the hospital. So it happens on the night of the 9, but it was claimed the next day when he was at the hospital. Because it was the daughter's idea, like, Mom, get the police involved. The appearance of him having company over with all that alcohol, if he was a heavy drinker. Yeah. He made it look like there was company with him. But that's what the girl was trying to say. But the neighbor says that, and even Emma, he rarely brings people at home. So I don't know if the alcohol is also a setup along with the murder scene. There's no proof that says that somebody messed with it or proof that he wasn't. But then again, there was some assumption I made during this playthrough that I'm probably locked out from some specific details. It happened twice. So now we have the police report. If you wanna check, there's a lot of contradiction. Yes, there's a lot of contradiction. That's the thing. So here we have the suspect's info, their job, it checks out. Their relationship to the victim, all checks out. The events checks out to see. Victim's toxicology report revealed extremely high level of alcohol consumption, consistent with large quantities of alcohol found in the living room. No usable fingerprints based on the autopsy report and crime scene investigation. Cause of death was shooting by a third party. Yeah, here's the autopsy report. Time unknown. It was made on September the 12th, but we don't know when exactly. But if the neighbor is correct, it happened at 9 in the morning. And yeah, the body was found 4 days later because the police got a call from the victim's coworker. Like, okay, he's not answering my call. I tried to text him and call him for several days. He's not picking up. Can we send somebody at the door? So yeah, they found the door unlocked, the back door ajar, and him looking like this. So single gunshot wound in the abdomen, internal external bleeding, puncture left kidney, bullet entered to the lower left abdomen, proceed through the skin, soft tissue, left kidney before exiting the victim's left lower back. Yes, for an bullet entry exists is consistent with the shooting being done by a third party. So yeah, point 23, and diphenhydramine, likely from sleeping pills. So I have a feeling that he drunk himself silly because he was very worried about his girlfriend leaving her, because he only hit her once. And he sent him to the hospital, and during the whole trip he was saying, I'm sorry. And he tried to text her. This is the text record. So if we see, she's talking to a friend, we have Danielle Emma. Danielle Emma, are you still at the hospital? Ignore. Later, Danielle, did you get my text earlier? Are you still at the hospital? I'm really sorry, can you please answer your phone? So I think he got depressed. And that's why he drank himself silly. But then he got killed after that. So this is the wife's phone record, but only the text, not the phone calls. That was kind of mixing. Here's the ex-husbands. So there was some sort of meeting. They were meeting at the hotel. We have the neighbor, Janice Burks. Even the Amazon order. She ordered from Amazon. It's in the text message. We look out for each other. We get each other's mail. We have a deal with the mailman because we don't trust no porch pirates, you know. But yeah, she says that and she orders some shit at her place, you know. And yeah, I mean, I was here to pick up some mail. Yeah, like porch pirates steals people's mail. On brand for my neighbors, honestly. Yeah. Rebecca, that's the daughter. She has a psychology class at the uni, and she was ignoring school to focus on that exam. Oh, the other course are not important. When at some point he was like, "Oh yeah, call my friend Moses. Can you cover up my shift tomorrow morning?" Sure, no problem. But that's only proof that she didn't go to work on that day. But yeah, the thing ends on the day on 9/11, but the day before the body was found. So this is what I'm working with, and this is the phone of the victim. So we have the big deal, and this is the ride service. So he took an Uber. So, because he was at his house, but his car was not on the driveway. So I guess that his car is still at his bar. And then he got an Uber, and then he drank even more when he was home. The ride service, 888-555-RIDE. Yep. So yeah, everybody's on the 555 area code on the... I can practically hear the commercial for it. Yeah. So yeah, everything happens on the... Wait. Fishcam County. I don't know where this is. Fishcam. So I don't know where it is, but yeah, everybody in Fishcam County has 999 as an area code. 555, of course. Of course. So now I have to pick a killer. I wanted to look at Janice. Was it... I think it's that one. I messed up on that statement as well.
This is a continuation with
As you can see, no
first.
feet.
So, Janice, I just want to revisit our discussion regarding your relationship with Emma.
Sure.
Now, there seems to be a lot of trust between the two of you. It seems that she confides in you quite a bit. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, sir.
Now, see, I'm finding it hard to believe that that level of trust can be built between two people that are simply just neighbors, especially considering the fact that the two of you haven't even been neighbors for all that long. Hell, I've got neighbors on my street that I've seen for years, right? And I still don't know their names.
I don't know what to tell you, sir. Our relationship is what it is.
So are you this close with all of your neighbors?
No. I already told you what my relationship was like with most of my neighbors. They keep to themselves and I do the same.
But not with Emma.
No, because Emma actually treats me like a decent human being.
So would you say that you're somewhat of a protector as it pertains to Emma? I mean, you did mention that you look out for her, right?
Yes, I do look out for her, but I wouldn't go as far as saying I'm her protector.
I'm friendly with some of my neighbors, but others I couldn't tell you their names. I barely see them. And I've lived in this house for over 10 years. Yeah,
Janice,
same with me.
Both know that you are capable of taking a human being's life. That's already been proven, right?
That was a really long time ago, sir. And you know why I did that, so don't you dare try to make it seem like I'm some sort of monster.
She's 60, by the way.
Janice, I don't think that you're a monster. Come on, I don't think that. But with your track record, your desire to look out for Emma, and your knowledge of the abuse that she experienced, I mean, one could easily say that you may have very well had a hand in this murder.
This is bullshit. I knew you would use my past as some sort of justification for killing this man. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but I guess it's my fault for being so damn stupid. Look, I had nothing to do with that man's death. Yes, I entered the house the day he died, but I told you the truth on that. I found him and he was already dead.
So how do I know that you didn't kill him? Why should I believe someone that already has a proven track record for disregarding the law? Why should I believe you?
Look, the truth is, his dead body wasn't the only thing I saw when I entered the house.
What do you mean?
When I first entered the house, I saw someone fleeing through the backyard.
Wait, there was somebody else at the house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who was this person that you saw?
I don't know. It happened so fast, I only caught a glimpse of them.
Were you able to make out any sort of identification? Race, sex, body type, anything?
Not really. The only thing I can really remember is that it seemed like it was a man. The build, the way they were running, it definitely seemed like it was a man.
Okay, so you saw a male fleeing through the backyard.
That is correct, sir.
And that's the only thing that you know for sure?
That's all I can remember, sir.
All right, Janice, let's put a quick pause on this conversation.
Sure.
All right.
So yeah, that statement is she's got more something to hide. But I trust her on that statement, but apparently I didn't get a blank that says, oh, that was correct. Because every time I pick something, I get a trophy if I'm right. I got nothing if I'm incorrect. So I didn't get any trophies when I picked up. So she's hiding more, but I no idea what it is. So sorry about the chair. So I need to pick up a killer. Is it Emma, Charles, Rebecca, or Janice? I'll try to revisit everything that I know back in my head. Try to who could have done it and who couldn't. And right now I'm basing all my deduction based on what Janice has to say, because Janice is the one that I know that she didn't do it. So if Janice says is the truth, even though she's hiding some stuff, if she lies, it's to protect Emma. She's protecting Emma. So Janice has only have one motive: is for lying for someone. Is for Emma. She said she barely met Charles, and we don't know if she met Rebecca. That was never implied. But she probably knew about Rebecca. Oh shit. I need to check on Rebecca. Did Rebecca ever mention Janice in her testimony? I need to know.
You? And lastly, just acknowledge. Can you remind me, how old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're 20.
Okay, so that's the part when
and
she's
you are a student at Fisham Community College, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't have any classes that day?
Okay, it's community college, not university.
Yeah,
okay.
I did. But I had a very important paper that was due for my intro to psych class the next day. So I decided to stay home and focus on that instead.
During all the investigation, she did the most of the leading. I think she's very good at psychology. That's why right now she's the most sus. But then again, she was the one who asked to file for that report. Like she wanted, she wanted to put down Daniel in a specific way. Like she exaggerated his drinking problem, and so far, like she said, he was drinking that night. Oh, that was a speculation. There was no way for me to know. Well, he actually drank that night, and she was on par. So the only way she could have known was if she was there. Intro to psych and said, oh, this is good. Yeah. So right now, my number one suspect is Rebecca. But I have no idea how she managed to pull it off. I have no proof except my gut feeling.
Since my other classes weren't important.
Now, your dad, he wasn't at home, right? He was at work?
Yeah, that's right. He usually doesn't get home until late in the evening.
So is there anyone that can corroborate that you were at your dad's house the whole day?
I mean, like, sort of. I work at the main coffee shop at the school, and I had texted one of my coworkers asking...
Yeah, that's bullshit. That doesn't help.
We officially moved in, like, about a month ago or so.
Yeah, it's not that one. I won't learn anything about that one. This one.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys.
So this is a confrontation on her
Rebecca,
bullshit?
I do believe that you think your parents had nothing to do with Daniel's murder, okay? I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But look, we still cannot ignore the facts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We can't. Now, are you aware that your dad was seen entering and leaving Daniel's house the day of the murder?
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that fact, no.
Yeah, the whole thing was caught.
So her feet are crossed like that.
So now with this new
Oh, she's
information,
tapping her
does that
feet!
change your perspective at all?
No, not at all. I mean, If my dad was seen entering the house that day, then I'm sure he has a perfectly good reason for it, but murder's definitely not the reason. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be.
All right, so Rebecca, look. So if your parents,
I cannot remove the UI, by the way. I cannot see more of her feet.
At your dad's house.
But yeah.
Then you tell me, what is your theory on what happened to Daniel?
Look, I don't know. I don't know, okay? I really don't. What I do know is that Daniel wasn't this perfect guy that everybody seems to think that he was. I mean, he like had two personalities. Sure, everybody saw the clean-cut business guy, but behind closed doors, it was a completely different story.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, he was mentally unstable, okay? Like, he could be a real piece of shit, especially when he was drinking. Probably got really drunk, got all depressed, and then just shot himself. I mean, I could see that happening. Have you guys ever considered that maybe nobody actually killed Daniel?
Yes, Rebecca, of course we've considered that. We've considered all possibilities.
Okay, then, like, I really don't know what to tell you, because that's all I can think of.
All right. She's leading. Yeah, she's leading. Rebecca 4.
Okay, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. Now, Rebecca, I know we discussed you not having a way of entering that house without being seen, but I do want to revisit that rear door possibility.
Yeah, she lied about her not having the key.
Let's hypothetically say that if someone were to leave the rear door open for some rare reason, then in theory, you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess in that very rare and specific scenario, it's possible. Sure.
All right, now I want you to take a look at this photo right here, and you tell me, what is it that you notice?
The rear door is left open? Is that what you want me to notice?
Correct. Now, this photo was taken from the crime scene, which means that someone left that door open. So this very rare and specific scenario is actually a fact. Now, we found that rear door unlocked and ajar. Okay, so now with this knowledge, it is safe to say that you could have entered through that rear door completely undetected, right?
I guess given what you've just shown me, yeah, sure, it's possible, but that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't go to the house that day, and I feel like I'm just repeating the same thing over and over.
And why should I believe you?
Look, am I a suspect here? Because you're treating me as if I actually had something to do with this.
No, Rebecca, I am treating you like someone who may have something to hide, because you have indeed hidden information from me. In fact, I might go so far to say that you have lied to me, Rebecca.
What are you even talking about?
Look, when I talked to your dad earlier today, he told me that you have your own set of keys to Daniel's house.
That picked the finger.
But then you told me that you don't have keys to Daniel's house. So you see, either you or your dad is lying to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do have keys to Daniel's house.
Or the more I look at her, the more I think she's the one who did it.
Now, why did you lie to me? All right? Lying to me is only going to make things worse, and you know that.
I don't know. I guess I didn't want you to be suspicious of me.
Well, that obviously did not work out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't.
That line felt wrong.
All right, so now
I don't know if it's because of her limited acting skills
say that
or.
You could have entered through that rear door.
No, it didn't.
Was left open or not? Is that correct?
Yes, technically, that is correct.
So yeah, I'm not sure if it's this actress' personal limit in her skills, of acting skills, or if she said it on purpose because she sucks at lying that character instead of her in real life. So one last with Rebecca 6. Because I was half snoozing during this point, so I want to make
This is
sure.
a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys.
Because it was dragging
So,
around
Rebecca, I
in
want to explore
circles.
your theory a bit more.
It was lulling me into.
Now, according to you, Daniel was a big drinker. And he had some people over, they got drunk, they partied till the morning hours, and then someone there shot him. And that's who was seen fleeing the crime scene. Does that
Early in
sound
the
about
morning
right?
at 9 a.m.
Yeah, but
This-
again, that's only assuming if someone really was seen fleeing, which we don't know for sure, right? But yeah, it's a total possibility.
I would be so interested if she ended
Well,
up
see,
being
I
the
find
killer
it
she admits
funny
she
that
takes
you would know
the intro to
that
psych,
he'd been
tried to hide some of her
because
personality trait.
It's the truth, actually.
Well,
He had been drinking pretty excessively. But see, I never brought
because you think that she took the class after the fact. I mean, we have no idea. Like, for all I know, she was taking that class way before. It's just like right now, it's like it was a big exams. She had some tendency. Yeah. Maybe she's a hidden psycho killer, and maybe you're right that she did like that fact that she was planning for a long time and then have an opportunity, and then that one like he wanted to get rid of him because he was drinking, but now he beat up his mom. Her mom is like, oh, like Dexter sort of way. All right, I see what
your
you're going.
neighbor Janice had completely different things to say about his soul.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you just believe her?
And why should I not believe her?
I don't know. But you're believing what she's saying at face value, and you're questioning me as if I'm the one who's lying here.
That's fair. That is fair. But see, I also have a contradictory statement from your mom as well. Now, see, your mom, she stated that Daniel hardly ever drank. In fact, your mom could not remember the last time that she saw him have a drink. So what, is your mom also lying?
Okay, so maybe Daniel didn't drink all the time, per se, okay? Okay, but listen, I swear I have seen him drink a few times.
She has a more
I've been living
defensive
there,
stance
okay?
now.
And every single time, it was when he was really stressed, and he would always get completely hammered. I mean, he was obviously in a very stressful situation, given the fact that my mom was filing a police report against him, and he was put on leave from his job. So it would make sense that he would be drinking and maybe invite some friends over. Okay? Like, I don't know. It made sense.
So why did you exaggerate Daniel's drinking?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't Mr. Perfect like everybody thought he was.
Yeah, see, I still find it strange that you would assume that he had been drinking, when even you have now, stated that he didn't even drink all that often.
I didn't assume. Like I said, it was a possibility. Given the situation, it made sense.
All right, so just to be very clear, your theory of Daniel drinking that night is simply just a theory. This isn't actual first-hand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is just a possibility of what could have happened that night.
All right, well,
All right. I think I made up my mind. All right. I'm going, Rebecca. Case closed. No way.
Hey. Okay, so you think Rebecca killed Daniel, huh? You know, I actually think you hit the nail on the head here. I do trust your judgment. And even though she doesn't seem like she has it in her, it really does seem that she's the one that killed him. Now, I know you looked everything over carefully, so I'm sure you have a fairly decent picture of what actually happened, even if there are a few holes that still need to be filled.
Okay.
But listen, what I'm about to say stays between you and me, okay? Considering everything that went down with her mom and Daniel, and the reasons Rebecca would have for killing him, it's still most likely murder.
Yeah.
She may be able to get out of this in court, but she could very well end up in prison for a very long time.
Yeah, she's 20. She's not 21 yet.
Honestly, I'm not sure that she deserves that. Her life could be ruined at such a young age. Now, what I'm about to say can get us in some pretty deep shit. Maybe even fired.
Then don't
but
say
I can
it.
always claim that we didn't find enough probable cause to make an arrest. We can let her go home. And if we're pushed to continue the investigation later, well then we'll deal with it at that time. But for now, we can let her go.
No, we have to make a decision
really
if we're
not
going to
sure what
arrest
to do.
her
This whole
or
situation is just
let her
really
go.
Complicated. Now, your decision making has been great so far, so I'll follow your lead on this one as well. Think things over. Give me a call back and let me know if you want to move forward with charging Rebecca, or if you want me to let her go. I'm willing to accept responsibility for our actions, regardless of what we do.
Okay, so that's Martin's opinion right now. And we have the opportunity to go with it or ignore him. Do you want to charge Rebecca? Because she's 20. Like, in the case of murder, she's probably gonna be tried as an adult anyway. And, but yeah, technically, if we want to spare a young child, we gotta let her go. Like the moral, that moral shade. But Blueheart, do you want to charge Rebecca? I'm not saying I'm gonna go with your decisions, but I want to hear your output. I do for sure. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go charge Rebecca because I want to too. Justice! Because we're detectives.
Hey. Okay, let's charge Rebecca. I'm with you.
All right.
Like I said earlier, I think you hit the nail on the head here. All the evidence really does point to her. It's just unfortunate that she's gone and screwed up her life at such a young age.
Yeah.
But I guess actions do have consequences, right?
They sure have.
Look.
They sure do.
I'm sure this was a hard decision to make.
Yeah, kinda.
I respect your judgment.
That's her fault, Martin, not ours.
No matter the circumstance. I get it. All right, let me grab Rebecca and formally charge her.
Yeah, it's true that the guy deserved punishment, but not death. Like, he was an asshole, but I would have seen him in jail. But yeah, I want to see her confess. I want to see what she did. Did she drug him, then kill him? All right, so this is live.
All right, this is a continuation with Rebecca Humphreys. So look, Rebecca, after reviewing all of the evidence and the statements made today, I am officially charging you with the murder of Daniel Murphy.
What's that face? Wait, what? No.
Now, Rebecca, did you hear what I just said to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard you. Yeah.
So is there anything else that you would like to add to your statement today before we take you into custody?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Huh?
I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident.
How so?
So Rebecca, I don't understand what do you mean by you didn't mean to kill him? Oh, come on, Rebecca. No more games, no more lies, all right? Just tell me exactly what happened, please.
Me and my dad were driving back to his house the night that Daniel threatened to kill me and my mom. I told my dad I wasn't comfortable with him having a gun inside the house because I thought he was going to do something stupid and try and kill me or my mom, kill both of us. So I told my dad that I wanted to go to the house in the morning and check if Daniel was there. And if he wasn't, I wanted to go inside the house and try and find the gun and take it. Obviously, my my dad was not okay with that idea, and he told me not to do it, and I told him...
His
I told him
dad
that I
being
wouldn't do
Charles.
it. I told him I wouldn't go.
But you didn't listen to your dad, and you went there anyways.
Yeah.
Mm.
I went back the next morning, kind of early, like, I think it was like between 8:30 and 9. I was just checking to see if he was there. And when I checked, his car wasn't in the driveway like it usually was.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, this is the perfect opportunity. And I didn't want to be seen on the front security camera.
So she took the back
So
door.
I went through the back.
Yeah.
Like I said, I thought he wasn't home, but to my surprise, he was. He was passed out on the living room couch.
Oh.
There was alcohol everywhere.
The shoes. The shoes. Oh.
The gun was sitting right there on the coffee table. So I went to grab the gun. And when I grabbed the gun, that's when he woke up.
Ah.
It happened, everything happened really fast. He got up, he charged at me, he was grabbing me, he was trying to grab the gun. And somehow, we just ended up in the bedroom. And we struggled for a few seconds, and
Boom.
the gun went off. And he dropped, and he stopped moving.
He fell on the
And that was
bed.
it. That's what happened.
He fell on the bed.
And then you placed the gun in his hand to try and pass it off as a suicide. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I did. I tried to make it look that way.
And I'm assuming that you wiped down the gun to remove the fingerprints. Is that correct?
Yeah. I used my shirt the best that I could. And before that, I tried to put things back that had fallen during our struggle because I didn't want it to look like anybody else was in the house that day.
Okay.
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if it was going to work. I was scared. And as I was putting the gun in his hand, I heard the front door open.
The knock. That was the...
I didn't know who it was.
That was the
thought
neighbor.
Maybe it was my dad, and that maybe he had come to try and find the gun and take it instead of me, but I honestly didn't know who it was.
That's what he said. That's true. That part was true.
So I left.
He went for look for the
I
gun.
left as fast as I could, and I went out through the back door, and that's why the back door was left open. I didn't have time to shut it. I was scared.
So did you tell your parents about all this?
No, I haven't told anybody. You're the only person who knows, and it was an accident. It was a genuine mistake. I didn't mean to do any of this. I didn't mean to shoot him.
Well, look, I am sorry for everything that you had to go through, okay? I really am. Now, the unfortunate truth is that I do have a job that I have to do, okay? And that means that we do have to take you into custody. Now, you will be able to, explain all of this in court, and I do hope that things will actually, go your way. I do. All right, but for now, yeah, I need you to stand up, all right? I need you to stand up for me, okay? I need you to turn around, okay? I need you to put your hands directly behind your back, all right? You stay just like that, Rebecca.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Where they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gotta do? Where they come for
You
you?
can sit down.
I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry. It was an accident. And you have to believe me when I say that.
I know. Now, I am gonna go get some officers, okay? And they will be able to escort you out of here properly, all right? All right.
There you go. So this is why there was the possibility of maybe letting her go. She confessed it was an accident. Like, you know what?
Well, It looks like we successfully solved this case, huh?
Yeah.
Great job. All your hard work today really paid off. But wow, if she was telling the truth just now, then what happened to her is pretty screwed up.
Yeah.
And sadly, something she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life. But again, that's if she was actually telling the truth. Was it self-defense? I have no idea. The only person that knows that for sure is Rebecca herself. But what we do know is that she is the one.
Yeah, the keyword that says is always if.
killed Daniel Murphy.
Yeah.
The rest is up to the courts to decide. Again, great job. Thank you.
Yes, it's not really the job of the detective. It's the job of the jury to say if she was guilty or non-guilty, or she's going to take, view results. Okay, interesting. You got your result when you asked to seek the crew. 4 out of 6 correct. View individual result. Yes will reveal spoilers. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I knew that the first one, Emma first and Janice fifth, was incorrect. I kind of knew, so that was not really spoiler. So yeah, I knew that everything else was correct because I got a trophy each time. So I can always go back and get them, or try to go another route completely. Have somebody else be pinned. Because in the other game, I can have 4 choices. Blame the girl, blame the guy, blame them both, or not enough proof, free to go. Emma Chesson, Kevin Susser, Charles Alfred, Donald Novak, Rebecca Humphries, Laura M. Rice, Janice Burks, Lacey Bingham, Daniel Murphy, Thomas Tierney, Detective Martin Ruiz, Raymond Hamilton. Yeah. So yeah, this game didn't take long to make. 1 year. With 6 actors. And it's basically the same thing as the first case files. Yeah. I think I did a pretty good job. I kind of proud of myself. A loving memory of Lacey Bingham. You will be missed. Oh no! No! The neighbor died. Oh, that's so sad.